Hello. How are we all? Derek, with all due respect, you are quite mentally ill. I'm going to see you tomorrow. It's time for Betty Boo. All right. Plus, I have to put that thing back in the copy paste menu so that I'm making money for good things and not for bad things. There we are. All right. How is everyone? Hello, hello. Let's put my happy music back on while we all get settled. Queeman has been threatened by Steve. Will you protect him, President Sunday? I will throw every woman and child at my disposal in his defense in front of him. A 1,000 children will fall before one hair on Queeman's head is plucked. Oh, that's not a joke, by the way. That's just like... You can't make this up.
If I ever see Queeman or whoever else in real life, Jesus. Ugh, I'll never get Melina's butt plug out now.
Queeman's in the waiting room? Why? Why is what the what, in my waiting room? Oh, he's not in the waiting room. What are you talking about? Fuck off. Liars. Who said that? Moderators, subject that one to a fate worse than my job. Oh, I am Queeman's waiting room. Oh no, I'm scalping his kill here, actually. Slight difference. Similar but different. Yeah, Destiny now has a problem with age gaps, apparently. It's, Yep. He's a man of many moods and contradictions, Stephen. But he's also a genius, alas. See, yesterday he gave a giant-ass statement. Big statement. Big statement. Covering everything. Okay? Burning everybody. Possibly breaking the law, all sorts of stuff. But Steven's really smart. This is what you need to understand. He's so smart, in fact, that after he gave that statement, after he showed that statement, the draft to his lawyers, they just quit. And not because it was an untenable position. They quit because they realized that Stephen didn't need them anymore. He simply won. That's all. He won. The man is such a powerful debater, he debated himself out of legal culpability for sharing people's porn without their consent. It's amazing. You also said you were done covering him. Why'd you switch up? Because it just got too funny to ignore. I'm sorry. There's a limit here. I didn't say I'm just never talking about him again. I said unless there's like some significant development. It just came really early. It just came real early. His lawyers quit? No, I made that up. Although I will say, if he has lawyers, I will be very surprised. I sub for what default is. Well, you're in luck. At the bottom of the screen, there are 2 meters. There's the drama meter, and there is the theory meter. If you prefer theory content, and that can be a breakdown of some theoretical text or some bad theory by someone else on YouTube that we then turn into good theory by going into the weeds philosophically, you can put the word theory into your super chats. If we hit $100, the next segment is theory. However, if you would like the drama to continue, and drama is whatever we're doing instead of theory, put drama into your super chat. If that hits $100, the theory value goes down by 50%. You are encouraged, therefore, to wait till the theory value is high to do that. Your theory content is decent. I wish you would just stick to that. It doesn't pay the bills, and sometimes I just want to have fun. We're going very long today, and I really don't like it when people complain about the content who don't pay. It's a little pretentious and narcissistic, actually. How dare you? How dare you cover content that people want to see in a medium where you are selling people stuff they want to watch? You see? Incidentally, there is a theory essay coming out tomorrow, so dear God, you entitled brats, shut up. You've got a whole thing here that you can use to turn us to theory at any time. Why should we pay you? You're an anarchist commie? Because, as you can see, there are very evil people like Joshua who will give me $100 just to continue doing drama. Do you understand? This is why Trump won. The left does not pay money to small-time YouTubers. $5 a month. Can't even afford eggs. Thank you, Joshua. That's incredibly generous and foul. Well, alas, that does mean... You know what? I'm feeling generous. We'll make it, we'll drop it by 5, okay? We'll put it 8. We gotta be... There you go. All right. Dance, please. In the middle, okay? All right. Let's get the show on the road. Seriously, though, I'm just before we get into this, just ponder this for a moment. If I see Queeman in real life, or whoever else, if I ever see Queeman or whoever else in real life, why would you say this in a medium that you know is publicly accessible and recorded? Why? Why would you ever say this? This is so stupid. Devil Commander, thanks for $2. Theory, don't discuss Destiny. I don't know if that's a joke, but it still goes towards theory because those are the rules. Caveat emptor. Lisa Blogger, thanks to $2. Your content blows, more drama. All right, very well. And UTV and Ham Katie, I can't see the rest of your name, I apologize. For the $5, thank you very much. I don't have much, been trying to support Ukraine. A noble cause. Thank you very much. That sounds like a theory donation. And Chris Knoxall, thank you for the content, Mr. President. Drama, thank you so much. Oh, right, there we go. We're off to a great start, I would say. But in all seriousness, how much of this man's ills have been the direct result of him just going off on social media? When he could be, yelling at people who are close to him, who actually sympathize with him. Or, like taking steps to actually protect himself. Or to navigate the situation effectively. These are people he doesn't even like. Whenever people criticize him even mildly, or mention people criticizing him mildly, he IP bans them immediately. It's hilarious, actually. If you go onto the site that shall not be named, there are just screenshots of just IP ban, IP ban, IP ban, IP ban, IP ban, just hundreds of them. You don't even like these people, Stephen. Why are you talking to them? Why are you compromising yourself talking to these people that you think are bugs? What is the point? Rother, thanks for the €10. My RL has been full of Nazi shit. I need drama for my mental health. Anything to take my mind off things. Very well. This is what the people demand. Use Kiwi Farms? Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? There's information there. I don't approve of what they do. But information's information. That's it. Wicked Supreme dated Pixie. I would not believe a word Steven says about this. just to be clear. He also said he had sex with Lav. All of a sudden, this has suddenly become a pertinent piece of information. Obviously, his goal is to humiliate people around him who are condemning him. As much as and by the way, if I am defending Wicked Supreme, you can take this to the bank. I don't even think he needs a defense for this, okay? He doesn't need to be defended for dating Pixie or whatever. But just to be clear, unless, like, these people confirm this for whatever reason, and I don't know why they would, I don't know why it matters, I would not believe anything that Destiny says about his orbiters. Period. Full stop. He's a liar. He's a compulsive, stupid liar who has no self-control. That's it. Of course, Wicked Supreme, who's condemned Destiny now, is dating the person who's attacking him. Why not? Or was dating? Why not? Of course. What's the loss to him at this point? He has no credibility with normal people. Everything he is doing right now is under the expectation that at some point this will all fizzle out by magic, and he can just retain his audience and just keep on trucking because people are stupid. And the scary thing is, to a large extent, he's right. There is a disturbing concentration of people, which he gained, I think, largely through just filtering them out as they criticized him for increasingly cynical decisions over the past few years, from courting Nick Fuentes' audience to, doing the red pill stuff and so on and so forth. Purging out, like, lefties, for example, who were calling him out for, like, very anti-progressive attitudes towards things. But you can have agreements or disagreements about that. The point is, for the past few years, he has been filtering out anyone who has any capacity for critical thought and any balls to talk about it in his community. He's just gotten rid of them. And so who's left? Morons. Just an endless sea of morons. And that endless sea of morons pays very well. People have made a pretty penny appealing to that sea of morons. And that's it. So what he's concerned about is not his reputation, and it's not anything legal, as we will see, very clearly not anything legal. His concern is just keeping the swarm in the ring. That's it. That's it. And it could work. Just to be clear, it could work. See, because here's what the strategy is. All of us, and I mean all of us, all the way from itty-bitty nobodies like me, up to people with 4 or 5K concurrents like Nick DeOrio and, Turkey Tom and whatnot, Chud Logic and so on and so forth. In the actual mainstream scale, we don't exist. We're a sea of losers, okay? And Destiny has his head's poking up a little bit. Just a little, just enough that he might be able to sit on top and get kind of fished out and pulled into the mainstream. So long as all of us look the same, it doesn't matter. If it goes to court, if this actually becomes a thing, which it seems to be, then that's a different story. But so long as he can just get out of this pond, he's off scot-free. That's the logic. Just hold on to your momentum, keep pushing, and eventually it'll be behind. Now, it's not working. It's not working, which is why he's doing this, because he's very angry. He's not a stoic, our Stevie boy. He's poisoned for Democrats if this sticks, which I think it will. I think we're reaching a point where it's no longer going to be swept under the rug. I don't think it can be. But as the Zen Master said, we'll see, right? So. Let's see this thing. Destiny addresses his
purpose.
Lawsuit. Okay. There we go. That's what I want. Boom. Now, A few familiar faces get some mentions in here, including me. Very, very strange. Very strange experience. I'll correct a few things. I'm not going to argue about anything that I've been arguing about in the past here. I think we're past that point. There's no purpose, but... we will correct some things insofar as we are misused, if we are misused. Well, without further ado, let's get into this.
Why write this?
That is an excellent question. Let's just open up with that. Why write this, Stephen? Why write anything? See, let me show you something. This is Destiny's Social Blade, okay? This is not super accurate, but it is informative. Let's make it bigger, better, faster, stronger. So if we scroll down, we can see what his subs have been like. And they went down quite a bit. He was at, I think, 860 before. He's had negative 17k in the last 30 days. It's actually been close to 25k, I think. Maybe on the low end of that. But for a solid, little while, those drops had stopped. In fact, I remember that they had gone down to 841k and then back up to 842k. And so briefly, I guess it didn't show it. Nothing was happening. It had stopped. The problem had more or less been abated, even with the publication of the document showing that the legal case was being filed, right? Not anymore. Now we're going down again. Not as fast as before, to be clear. But we are going down again. So, suffice it to say, this address didn't go well. Didn't go well at all.
On January 20th, 2025, Pixie created a Substack post, which you can see here.
This is ASMR, by the way. Listen to how he's talking. Listen to how he's talking. I've said this before. Destiny is a secret ASMR channel. This is the point. To get you to have a physiological response so that you're not paying attention to what is said or the context or whatever. You just know that you're really happy so long as someone is talking like this into your ear. Very gently, very softly, sort of grounding. That's what it is. That's what it is. He is literally seducing the audience. That's it. That's what this energy is for. You want him to be the reasonable one. You want him to be right and safe and fun to listen to. Okay? He's using the Sunday voice. Oh, he uses the Sunday voice in here. He uses the Sunday. You'll see. It's good. He doesn't have the chemistry for it. But God bless him, he tries.
Signaling her intent to sue me, she has since filed her lawsuit in which she claims I shared explicit material we created together without her permission.
You did.
Until now, I've stayed away from addressing the exact claims she's made in her post and subsequent lawsuit.
This is not true. He has been talking about it constantly in his chat, which you can see, for example, here. If you go onto Russell's search and you search Destiny by name for the last month, you will find him talking about it constantly. Constantly. Since this went down. He's been talking about it constantly. He's talking about people involved with it. He's been talking about the issue. He's been threatening people. He's been posting, he's been indicating that he has more stuff he could leak. Like, just all sorts of stuff. Making up stories about people. He's recently claimed that he's had sex with Lav and she pissed on his bed or something like that, which is like, again, I don't believe you. Why? Well, because she was laughing at you sexually for a very long time. You've done far more underhanded things. Why would you not simply say that this is a lie? She laughed at us actually and said she didn't have sex with him. If this is like a point of contention, I imagine this being a point of contention for you, you'd bring it up. It's a lie. Oh, Wicked Supreme was dating Pixie, that's why he's mad. I don't have any reason to believe that. This guy's a liar. Even here, in which she claims I shared explicit material, he showed DMs with Pixie, and with Aaron, and with Not So Erudite, that directly show acknowledgement that he fucked up here. He shared stuff without their permission.
While it's important to explain my purpose for writing this, it might be more illuminating to quickly explain why I'm not writing this.
Lav said she pissed on him before. Well, rare Lav win.
Not writing this to appease the accusations made against me, my anti-fan communities, or other vultures who are here to simply hype up whatever stories they can involving me or others around me. Mr. Girl, Lav. I'm not writing this to divulge every single personal detail of my life for the public to comb through in order to harass me or others around me. I'm not writing this to respond to the multitude of claims made about me that have been circulating on the internet.
People are harassing Steven. Steven is a victim, you need to understand, okay? Poor Steven.
Sometimes for over a decade. For the majority of these claims, I simply don't wish to rehash every single wild claim or baseless accusation someone throws my way, especially when they're demanding I divulge even more personal information to do so.
Especially when you'll do it for free on your DG chat that everybody can read anyways. There's simply no reason to.
And, more importantly, I shouldn't be forced to provide that level of personal access to my life. I've already had my privacy violated in the most extreme and disgusting ways over the past few months, and I don't enjoy having every single private interaction I've had held up under a microscope for the internet to psychoanalyze.
Really? Because I actually distinctly remember you saying that that's actually your fetish. Probably why you're perfectly willing to take porn of yourself with other people. Fuck them. There are no other people in your universe, of course. And just give it to random teenagers on the internet to do with what they will. Sounds like you kind of love that, actually.
I do, however, feel compelled.
I think you actually put that information out there yourself. I don't think anybody else is really prying in and figuring out stuff. I think, with the exception of the Lawrence Southern stuff, which makes that especially funny, I think every piece of personal information about your life that we have access to is volunteered by you. I think without exception. Minus the Lawrence Southern stuff.
A bit of backstory to my audience for you to have a bit of an understanding of everything that's transpired over the last few years relating to this incident, if for no other reason than to dispel at least the worst assumptions that some people have made about me, even within my own community. If you're unhappy with the level of personal details, or if you wish for me to divulge more about person ABC or situation XYZ, I don't care. You can simply leave. This isn't to say that I won't address other things in the future. I probably will, but one piece at a time, okay? Why wait so long?
Because you were scared. Because you were fucking terrified, Steven. That's why. Because you knew there was no angle. In fact, I think you still know there's no angle. You've just taken a tremendous amount of drugs and you set yourself to writing a thing that you think magically you're competent at. Because you took a bunch of drugs. I think you waited because you're fucking terrified.
Sympathetic to people who view me negatively, even in the worst light, because it seems difficult to imagine why I would stay silent on everything that's been said about the situation so far. There are 3 reasons for the delay in transparency. The first was minimizing exposure to revenge porn.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Why? Well, because we have DMs that were leaked after the revenge porn leaks came out that show him offering more leaks to other people because it was already out anyways. He was actively spreading it after Solo Tiny Leaks posted the revenge porn. It's just like it's like a parody.
A great deal of explicit content of mine had been published on Kiwi Farms, including...
How many missed calls from his lawyer do you think he had? I don't think he has a lawyer. I don't think someone who does this has a lawyer. Either that or he has a lawyer, and he's stupid, and he's delusional, so he's not giving his lawyer information or just doing stuff without telling his lawyer. That's a possibility. But at this point, I don't think he has a lawyer. I think he's not taking this seriously. I think the talks with Pixie behind the scenes probably fell through because he wasn't taking it seriously. He was probably lowballing what he was offering to pay her by quite a bit, I imagine. I have a suspicion until very recently he thought all of this was just going to fade away. I think he legitimately convinced himself that nothing he does matters and it's just going to go away. And it's taken him a very long time to realize the situation he's in.
Including incredibly personal communications of mine. Giving this any kind of public attention is obviously a massive victory for vulture communities as well as the leaker, and a massive loss for the privacy of myself and any of the other victims.
What does the leaker get from this? The leaker, by the way, is an evil shithead, but what does the leaker get out of this? What? I'm confused. Did they get money? I'm not aware of them posting anywhere where you can donate to them.
Involved. It's irritating that, because I'm a man, the expectation is that any explicit material of mine leaked for sexually humiliating purposes is just expected to be laughed at by me while being made into a joke by every community on the internet, including my own. Whether that includes those maliciously lying about our hookups for purposes of public humiliation or selectively publishing
I'm sorry. Because I'm a man. It's because he's a man. But here's the part you're. It's because he's a man. Nobody cares about poor little Steven in this situation because Steven is a man, and we just don't care about men. Okay, remember what we learned from his red pill, podcast days. Okay, men have just been left behind by society. All right, it's because of men. There's just one problem. You're not a man, Steven. You're a boy. There's a difference.
Explicit leaked material online. All of it is incredibly disgusting and invasive, doubly so when I've been expected to just roll with it. It's incredibly bizarre how many people are fixated on insisting that I'm not a victim in this when I was the primary target of the entire revenge porn posting. While other people were undeniably harmed by these leaks, they were seen as collateral damage to the publisher of the...
the leaker is him? The leaker is a few people. The leaker is him. Here's what people need to understand. The revenge pornographer, not pornographer, the revenge porn poster, the person guilty of engaging in revenge porn, that's not Steven, as far as we know. That's not revenge porn. You need malice for it to be revenge porn. He needs to have done it to hurt the people in those things. He was simply indifferent. Now, what he did, he can still be penalized for, but it's not revenge porn. Solo Tiny Leaks engaged in revenge porn. Revenge porn against all of the people involved, and including Destiny. Destiny is correct here. He is a victim of revenge porn. It's just, who fucking cares? That's the thing. In a legal context, it could come into play, potentially. But this is not a court of law. You're making this post to get sympathy. Nobody fucking cares. That revenge porn got out featuring you because you endangered other people for your own sexual gratification. That's it. Like, nobody cares. Nobody feels sorry for you. Oh, you've been harassed? Oh, that's terrible, Steven. What about all those other people?
Material and the website providing hosting for it in the goal to attack me, whether it was through reputation, monetary harm, or just some other form of sadistic humiliation. The second point is Pixie's privacy request. Once the leaker published and hosted all of my explicit content on Kiwi Farms,
all of them. I didn't notice this the first time. Once the leaker published and posted all of my explicit content. I don't think that's all of it. No, I don't believe that's all of it at all. Here's why I think this matters. That's a reference to Cherry. That's what I think is going on. Because Cherry, after Pixie went public, after my video and Cope and Seed's video went out, was messaged by someone and shown a audio recording that was taken without her consent of a meetup she had with Steven in the past. It is a felony to record people without their consent in Florida. You turn that into you're recording them having sex, it's a different beast entirely. He's going to try to deny the Cherry claim, or he's going to whatever. And what's strange is he's doing this like he has to convince us, which he doesn't. We're not a court. There's no judge. None of this has any legal repercussions, except insofar as it can be mined for information by the people who are taking him to court. None of this helps him. This is all so stupid. This might actually genuinely be the most stupid thing, even taking into account the leaks themselves. This might be the most stupid thing he's ever done in his life. Because there's no reason. The sub drops had slowed down. Even the publication of the fact that he was being taken to court didn't get nearly as much attention as I thought it would. He blew it up. He blew it up. He gave this way more attention than it otherwise might have gotten. And he gave it more momentum.
Pixie messaged me and
Thank you, Stephen.
informed me that she didn't want confirmation of her in any part of the material.
Okay. Now. Oh my God. So he's going to say here. Pixie didn't want to be associated with the leaks. By the way, she was associated with leaks from day one. This was pointless. But Pixie didn't want to be associated with the leaks. So, because she didn't want any confirmation of her involvement at all, he didn't talk about this horrendous thing that he did, that he is directly culpable for. Because he's altruistic. Okay. He's going to mention Pixie's, what I believe to be Pixie's real first name, multiple times in this video. Just to be clear. Just my theory, but I don't think he's concerned with anything beyond keeping his audience and making sure the machine churns. The legal stuff he can pay his way out of, so to speak, other than jail. I think it's true. I think it's true. However, I think it's naive. I think this going to that level is a bit of a game changer. And I think he's overestimating how invincible he is. And I think he doesn't realize what's coming. I think he thinks he can still just sort of stay the course and just walk out of this one like every previous drama. It's a couple tens of thousands of subs. Who cares? He's still getting 6,000-7,000 concurrents. People are still watching him. More people, as a matter of fact, are watching him than before right now. There's a reason for this. A smart person might think of that. But, you know,
Me that she didn't want confirmation of her in any part of the material. She said, I'm 100% denying it's me, by the way, since it's not super clear my face or anything like that. I haven't told other personal people in my life about it. This is me talking, basically, if you have any specific requests about like removing anything, and then it's just her saying, I don't want to testify or be named in anything. As far as people asking me, I'm just saying it's a lookalike. Don't tell anyone privately either if it's me or not, basically. Pixie messaged me and informed me that she didn't want confirmation of her in any part of the material. As such, I made no public statements regarding her appearance in any of the leaked material. She has since filed a public lawsuit, which is why I feel comfortable speaking out now. All of our conversations until December 10th were almost exclusively about contacting law firms, removing any explicit material online, and minimizing her risk and exposure to any online abuse or harassment.
Hey, by the way, what actually came of him supposedly suing Kiwi Farms? What actually came of that? Nothing? Yeah, that's what I thought. Nothing. Nothing happened. Nothing. In fact, it gets a little better. It gets a little better. Let me see.
Pretrial settlement. The third reason. The vast majority of cases are settled. I Googled, there's a lot of numbers. It's all 90% plus. Before they ever go to trial, and the vast majority of them before they aren't even filed in court at all. One of the big reasons why lawyers encourage their clients not to discuss their case publicly, especially before it's been filed, is because you lose a lot of leverage that you might have otherwise when it comes to negotiating a deal with the opposing party. If this seems confusing or unintuitive, that's fine. Just keep it in the back of your mind because it will become much clearer later on as I explain this. Events.
Sip, Stephen.
In April of 2022, I was contacted by Rose. We maintained an amicable friendship up through 2023. We never have any fights or disagreements
Stephen said he's worth 1 to 2 million. He's got to be worth more than 1 to 2 million. He's not only worth 2 million right now. He's more than that.
It's about anything. We were always
No way in hell is he only worth 2 million.
terms with one another. November of 2024, as I was clearing out my Discord friends list of people I no longer speak with, I noticed the account was still added and we hadn't spoken in a while. So I sent a message to it, checking in to see how she was doing. I have strong reason to believe that at the time I did that, someone besides Rose was logged into the account, scrolled up to see all of the messages we'd exchanged, and took steps to protect their identity so they could dump all of the materials they'd found in our messages to various Discord servers and eventually Kiwi farms. The leaks. On November 20th, future posting.
Now, this is really important, by the way, that someone besides Rose was logged into the account. Because if someone besides Rose was logged into the account, then it's not Destiny's poor judgment that resulted in these images being leaked. He had every reason to trust the person he shared these with. Therefore, it was safe. He wasn't being reckless with people's extremely intimate information. That person was just hacked or compromised or something. Somebody else, some evil, nefarious outsider came in, broke into the account, stole that, and posted it. It could have happened to anyone. Really. None of this is Steve's fault. These are dangerous, scary times.
Whoops. On November 20th, 2024, the Discord user Solo began to leak huge swaths of personal messages between me and another person across several Discord chat rooms. President Sunday was sent these messages and decided to do a dramatic reading of them
It was not a dramatic reading.
for his YouTube channel several days after he and other parts of the internet had had their fun exploring.
By the way, just to be clear, the personal messages in question I was reading out because they proved that actually, well, he was slandering his wife and casting her as crazy before his audience for thinking that he was having an affair with a radical right-winger, white nationalist, racist public figure, who he was absolutely not, reading C.S. Lewis on stream in order to get into the pants of. Actually, no, that was all taking place, and he was just flat out slandering his now ex-wife. Just a wretched, dishonest human being. That's why. And here's why it kind of matters. Because he was conning his audience. And then using his audience who he conned, who are still to this day, by the way, defending him. Look, he's literally fighting Hitler, okay? This is actually a post someone made. Destiny's literally fighting Hitler, okay? Well, this is just not that important right now, guys. There is a fascist in the White House. Guys, we can't let a little bit of revenge porn distract us from that. And those same people are now defending him. Those same people are who he convinced, hey guys, I'm a serious progressive actor. Everything I do is to make sure the Dems win, that the right wingers don't get into power, unless one of them is kind of hot and says she's into me. Then in that case, maybe that one's not too bad. Maybe you can come on and look kind of cool or whatever. The reason why it matters is because Destiny is not any kind of bulwark against Trump or against the right wing. In practical terms, it's a joke, the idea that he would even be able to be. But more to the point, he's actually kind of the opposite. One of the reasons why he's experienced such monumental growth is because he's acted as the narrow end of the wedge for right-wingers who want to reach a mainstream audience. People like to talk to him, not because the debates go well for them, but because they get to sell themselves to a lot of grugs who are in Destiny's audience for that reason. That's why.
Loading leaked material for my personal life, Solo messaged me sometime in the morning and said that he was unhappy with how the coverage of the leaks had been so far. He felt as though people weren't giving it enough attention, so he was going to leak more from my logs with Rose if I didn't allow him to come on my stream and speak with me. I don't exactly remember what the message to me was, as I just woken up, read it, and then responded briefly before going back to sleep. The next time I checked my messages with him, everything had been deleted.
Now, here's why he doesn't remember this, because I guarantee you he does. He 100% remembers this. This was sent to Queeman yesterday. I'm given to understand it was actually given to him by Solo. This is the actual, this was the actual message that he received. Hey, Destiny, please read this fully and give me a response. Let's talk on stream, whoever's, yours, J-Stock's, Queeman's, about the leaks. You can use this as your response to the leaks or just have people grill me in there, similar to what happened with Sunday and you yesterday. I don't mind. This, by the way, is before the revenge porn got posted. That's important. This is before, because when I talked to Destiny, I was just grilling him on the Lauren Southern stuff. Lost the name for a second there. I was grilling him on the Lauren Southern stuff, and in retrospect, it's hilarious because like, what on earth was he thinking during that call? He was like frozen for most of it, and I thought that was kind of weird. Okay, and that carried on much longer than it should have. And I realized in retrospect, he was waiting for the other shoe to drop because he didn't know what I had. He had no idea what I had at that point. That could have been the first discussion of the leaks. Oh yeah, he does boost my earn gains, doesn't he? Yeah. But anyways, I digress. This is before the leaks, the revenge porn leaks. This whole thing has been so boring because of the omega levels of sweeping by Jace, Jesticle, it's Jace Stock, whatever, Chud and Queeman. Chud and Queeman, by the way, are prolific sweepers for Destiny, as we all know. So I feel this is the only way to find any value in this at this point. Otherwise, I will be leaking the full DMs, including all images and videos shared from you to Rose, and the information about Rose's age. Plus full Twitter DMs in which you were negligent in verifying age even after you joked about her looking so young that you would need ID to make sure she was really even 18. I'm glad to leave certain things out of the conversation. If you'd like to tell me what you want to avoid, you may. To tell me what you want to avoid, if you'd like to tell me what you want to avoid, you'd may. There you go. I assume the Lauren thing and more of the stuff I've told you that hasn't leaked. Let's set this up. This is what this means. Oh, naked down there. There we go. This is what this means. Destiny, in advance of the revenge porn being leaked, knew that it was coming, so to speak. He knew that this was imminent. Who did he warn? Who did he warn? Who did he tell? Who got a heads up for this? Nobody. Nobody did. Why? Because if he did, he'd be admitting that he shared it. Why can't he tell them that he admitted that he shared it? Because he didn't share it with their consent. They didn't know. And he expected that they would be very upset if they knew. And again, what's crazy is all this stuff he knew was floating out there. He knew this guy just saves and hoards information. Or this girl, whoever she is, they are. We don't know who Solo is. But he knew that porn of these people was imminently coming, was going to be published somewhere, and would probably explode. And he said nothing. He just ignored it.
On that same day, November 29th, 2024, Solo dumped every explicit video I'd ever exchanged with Rose onto Kiwi Farms. One of these videos allegedly showed Pixie and I engaged in a sexual act, and she subsequently messaged me and informed me of the leak. When Pixie posted on her Substack that she had to contact me about the situation first, this was the first time I was actually even made aware that explicit material of me involving others was being posted on Kiwi Farms. I think she puts this in here, note, I had to contact him asking about the situation before he sent me this message. I think I was in the shower when I got this DM, and
Why does this matter?
didn't even realize it had been posted, but okay.
Why does this matter?
Time passes. I contacted a law firm in New York and began to pursue legal action relating to the revenge porn incident. Pixie made it clear that she did not want to be identified in any way in these leaks, and it's just retreading the same messages. I agreed, and I spoke nothing at all of it publicly and continued to work and stream while pursuing my legal cases in the background. All of my communications with Pixie over the next week pertained to removal of the material and pursuing actions against the leaker. I think I just selectively went through some of these, but basically it's just me, how to report comments, link me stuff if you want it removed, her asking me about updates on the law firm, asking me about updates about getting it removed from Kiwi Farm, stuff like this. Basically, it's all of our communications. Escalation. On December 11th, two strange things happened. Lauren Hayden, someone I hadn't had contact with for months, messaged me to tell me how much she hated me. On December 11th, what you did was evil. I have never hated anyone so much.
Okay.
That same day,
So, Lauren De Laguna is, according to Straighteraid, the person who was floating unrealistic payout expectations to Pixie, and Destiny recently posted a screenshot that I don't think was dated. I could be misremembering. I don't think it was dated. Of a $15 million ask, right? Pay $15 million or we'll take you to court. Lauren De Laguna is not relevant here. Even if, behind the scenes, Lauren De Laguna was like, Pixie, we got it. We got him. We can squeeze him for everything he's worth. You and I will be rich as kings, okay? Even if she did that, doesn't matter. Who fucking cares? First of all, threatening legal action in exchange for money? Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. They did nothing wrong. A lot of money, probably unrealistic, probably won't get it. Nothing wrong. At all. So the 50 million is not enough, though. Hey, look, in my opinion, it should be a solid 1 million plus one of his thumbs. But that's just me. It doesn't matter. So what's the goal here? The goal here is, hey, audience who loves me, there's a crazy lady out there. Crazy. Okay? And she's obsessed with me because I rejected her. I didn't let her into my world. And she's the one. She's the one who's pulling all the strings and making all these nasty people turn on me. And she's the reason why it's not nice anymore. She's the reason why it's not cozy and warm here anymore. You used to love this place. Now it's not fun. It's that person's fault. It's Lauren Hayden's fault, who lives on da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's what this is.
just a few hours earlier, Pixie messaged me, informing me that she was planning on committing suicide in some manner in which she would expose me after taking her own life. Her message to me was, "Hi, Stephen. As my life on this earth comes to a close, I want to ask you to please be more careful with the people who place their trust in you in the future. Life is unfair, but you should do your best in preventing that, not contributing to it." I said, "Hold up there. What's up?" I wasn't actually sure if this was a super serious message or not because I'd never seen anything like this before from her, but I'm just tired of living anymore. It's a matter of time until my family discovers what happened, and I feel like there is no way to obtain justice. I don't want to bring a case against you, but I think you'll continue to send nudes to people even without their consent. Bringing a case against you
Accurate, by the way.
would mean going public, which is the equivalent of a death sentence for me either way. So I feel like the best thing to do is for me to kill myself and schedule a post just detailing my feelings on what happened to try to ensure a situation like this doesn't happen again. I'm not going to kill myself at this second. I'm trying to get some things in order before I end everything. But I don't see a future where I survive for much longer. It's better to end things sooner than later and stop the pain than to let it continue. Up until this point, all of our conversations had been almost exclusively focused on removing any material of her on her behalf and updating her on any legal progress, so these messages were very out of character. As a brief...
What legal progress? What legal progress, Stephen? Do you have a citation for that? No. No citation for the legal progress you're both collaborating on, huh? Imagine my shock.
Side, Lauren Hayden is someone who's had bitter feelings towards me after we refused to date her about a year ago. She lies constantly, claiming that we dated, sometimes for as long as 9 months.
Why are you showing? I don't care. Who fucking cares? Is Lauren De Laguna in the leaks? Is Lauren De Laguna suing you? No. Fuck off. I don't care.
I don't know why she keeps posting stuff like this.
I don't know why you keep posting this. Who cares? Who cares?
Aren't you grossed out by the fact you got smashed by Quimmer, Gremlin, Destiny? How does it feel to get dumped by the little midget? Nope. Willingly did it for 9 months of dating him. Breakups happen.
By the way, if she did date him, this wouldn't be the first time that he lied about being sexually involved with someone while saying they were crazy in public. Just to be clear.
People forget this. Broad was begging, blah, blah, blah. We dated for 9 months, and he took our...
and in the last case, didn't he threaten that girl with leaking her nudes if she talked about it? Yeah, he did, didn't you? Oof. Member berries.
Conversations out of context when I broke up with him. You can believe a liar if you wish. I don't know why. Oh, I'm sorry. I do know why she's... if this was last year, she's doing this because if Lauren is involved in something personally, she cannot help but constantly talk about it publicly as well. You can always tell like what Lauren is up to in her personal life.
Here's what he's doing, okay? You got a shark in the water, okay? And look, there's Steve. He's on a raft. He's on a raft. He's got a cut leg, though. And he's kicking around because he's in pain. Ah, Jesus, where's my Vyvanse? Okay? And there's that hammerhead shark. It's coming. It's coming close. It smells something. It sees the blood cloud. But you've got a big bucket of meat, okay? Big bucket of bloody meat. You just throw it in so that the shark goes over there. You buy yourself a few seconds. That's what this is. That's what this is. The only reason to bring up Lauren De Laguna, assuming he's not even stupider than I think, which, by the way, he may be. I've been surprised consistently for the last little bit. The only reason to bring up Lauren is to go, look, bad person. And everybody with a 50 IQ in his audience, which, to be fair, is a solid 80% of his audience, is now looking... And they're looking at that. Anyone who makes a meme of that, I swear to God, you're banned.
Based on who she's tweeting at, because that's just the kind of person she is. And I guess her DMing me as well.
Because guess what? Hey, by the way, nobody knows this, but at the same time this is all going down, Lauren De Laguna murdered someone. Just snuck up behind someone in a car parking lot and just smashed him with a hammer. No reason. Can you believe Lauren De Laguna's... Who cares? Nothing to do with this. Doesn't matter.
I've already posted evidence of this in the past. I think that tweet even included like a video that I'd done on this. I've already posted evidence of this past. Here's an additional...
You'd be barely able to talk. Have you listened to these people?
Conversation I had with a mutual friend last year to put that claim to rest. Lauren came to a hotel room where me and another streamer person were having a conversation basically about her. And then she was very sad, I guess, that we weren't dating. And we were trying to figure out like what was like the gentlest way to deal with her. But
sorry. Willie Mac corrected me. Lauren Southern. This is Lauren Southern he's talking about, okay? They're all Laurens are, of course, emanations from the Prime Lauren.
Conversation, I guess, and she keeps saying that we were dating. This is that person saying, was I too aggressive with Lauren? LOL, I don't care about you. Oh, that's sweet. I don't think so. I'm really glad she brought up some far stuff in front of you, though, with me in the room, so I could clearly demonstrate that she twists stuff like crazy regarding her. Just demonstrating that Lauren fucking lies about everything in person when she's upset. This is just basically a conversation about how kind of like, I don't want to say, but no, I will actually say it, about how pathetic Lauren's situation was.
Who cares?
She was like becoming fairly obsessive with me since I'd broken up with Melina, and then had decided that she was
Lauren Southern killed someone only on the inside that we know of.
gonna try to date
Steven.
me, and then when I gave her a firm no, it was like, and basically she went nuclear at that point. And yeah, it's just, we were all silent when she said that in the car. Oh yeah, because she was talking to 2 streamer people. I don't know if I'll give their names. If she wants to deny this, I can invoke those people and they can say something publicly about it. But anyway, it's just...
Who cares? You invoke people for what? Who cares? You suing Lauren De Laguna? You have nothing on her. There's no relation here.
That's our history, I guess.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve.
Since threats of suicide from Pixie were now involved, I reached out to a mutual friend, Aaron. Okay, yeah, I have no clue what to say or do. How much did she tell you? And then I pasted our conversation. And she says, I'm surprised she told you, to be honest. She didn't respond to this, or did she delete it? No, if she responded and deleted, I didn't see, but I'm pretty sure she just didn't respond. She's not doing well, and she had made all the wrong moves in response to this. I told her to do nothing and not reply to people. I said, I don't think she's done anything too bad or anything, like just privating her stuff for a bit was fine. She said, people have sent me stuff that she said to them in DMs. She's denying it in private and DMing people to stop talking about it because it's not her. I said, oh, well, I mean, if it's helping her process stuff or whatever, it's okay, unless she's just blowing it up or making it worse or something. She said, Erin says, she went into spicy chat and said their comments make her want to kill herself a few days ago. She had told me she would do it if her parents found out because I suggested reaching out to family members that could be trusted to give her emotional support, but she's not really talking to people. Loner messaged me asking if I'd heard from her because she hasn't been messaging. I responded to the comment about spicy chat and I said, that is bad. Yeah. Then I messaged her tonight and she said, then I messaged her tonight and that's when she said she thinks that's what she needs to do. I said, well, fuck, I feel like going over there or asking her to just hang out for obvious reasons. I feel stupid going over there or asking her to hang out for obvious reasons, but I don't really know what else I can do or if I'm even a person who can offer support. Erin says, I don't know how she views you. When she told me, I wondered if I should tell you and ask you for help. But if she sees you as an abuser, then it seems like the ultimate betrayal to do that. Same with telling her family, blah, blah, blah. This is basically just like, I'm just trying to figure out like, okay, well, is there anything I can do to help? You need to calm the fuck down.
No, you don't. Cat, you know what you need to do. You have claws.
Why? Stop.
Cat, the spirit
Okay,
of God is upon you. Apparently not.
I have no clue what I can rectify. These are actions I'm taking legally. And then Erin says, this is pure speculation, but I wonder if she was seeing if you'd even reply or if you'd go silent when she sent me that one message, the suicide one. My understanding at the time was that Erin was an incredibly close friend of Pixie and so sought her advice on what I could do to help.
Oh my god. No way.
I spoke with Erin while the both of us tried to console Pixie.
I dipped out. I didn't see this part.
Eventually suggested, approving the exact message even, that I offer her money to help cover at least her
Holy
therapy.
fuck, he's framing Erin as his agent. He's trying to frame Straighter Aid as his fucking agent. Oh, good god. What a stupid prick. Ugh. That's the ticket, Steve. That'll do it. That'll do it.
Or perhaps even payments towards law school. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know what else to do. Money, money, money.
Listen, these were Aaron-approved statements, okay? Aaron-approved. He went to the Aaron office. He got them stamped.
Or dollar signs, fucking offer to cover her therapy or some shit. I don't know her employment situation, but I don't think it's good. You really think so?
By the way, for any like drama perverts who are viewing this right now, don't be like this. Don't be one of those fuckwits who like goes to different people and just stirs shit up and sensitive information to this person and to this person and to this person just to be noticed. Don't do that. Don't do that, because at some point, some of you are going to get unlucky and you're going to wind up like this. Don't do that.
I have zero problem with that. I thought about it, but it feels super ultra scummy, or like I'm just trying to buy off her feeling bad or something. But obviously, 1,000,000%, I would absolutely do this. Yes, I really think so. LOL. She mentioned pursuing a case against you in that first screenshot you sent.
Your community tab, YouTube updated its posts now. I don't know why they did it. There's no community tab anymore. It's just called posts. I think they're trying to be like more like normal social media or something. It's very weird.
And this isn't a crime that's punishable jail as far as I know. So unless she thought it did, or some other punitive measure she felt would deter you, I'm going to assume she was considering doing it for financial damages. I asked her what was an appropriate way of approaching her about it, and she said being honest and front-loading it with genuinely not being able to rectify it neutrally because of the obvious conflict of interest, but you'd like to try, and that it's something you do.
By the way, we have 465 concurrent viewers and only 94 likes and only 5 super chats. What do you think this is, a charity? I am taking time out of my day that I would be reading Anti-Oedipus otherwise in to cover this important news for you. Unbelievable. You ungrateful, ungrateful people. Shameful. Shameful. This is why Trump won.
If it would help her, therapy costs for sure. If you're really feeling generous, something to do with their law school pursuits, like year 1 or something. I don't know how far you're willing to help, but I see
how happy I would be if every one of you donated the lowest possible super chat. Just saying. Just saying.
Offering her something to look forward to in her immediate future. That is a goal she was working towards in the midst of all this, and it would be a reminder that her life isn't over because of this, not even close. And I said, what law school was she looking to go to? Is one of the only things stopping her from going or something? I'm not sure, but she owes me $147 and is having to pay it back to me in installments because she can't afford the payments all at once. So I'm pretty sure there are hefty financial constraints for her right now. Okay, wait, hold on.
Aggressive panhandling. This is aggressive flan handling. If you ever handled a flan, you know. Joshua, thanks for the 46 US. Damn, that is generous. Thanks so much.
$147. Yeah, because when I moved, blah, blah, blah. And this is just basically on her financial situation. And then I posted.
I don't give money to internet weirdos. Are you implying that I look like a weirdo, sir? On this, the day of my plush squid's bar mitzvah?
Message here to her. This feels super lame, and I don't want to imply that somehow just giving you money helps anything go away or fixes everything for you. But if you have any bills or owe money or anything or have any financial stuff I can help with, I can at the very least chip in and help you with any of that. So it's at least one.
The Dark Knock, thanks for the 279 Canadian. Not real money, but I appreciate the sentiment. First, you were not first. Lies. That's typical Canadian. Anathemic, thank you for the $2 US. Take my blood money, you demon. Insomniar, thank you for the $5. I just want to be done with work so I can read more Nietzsche. Thanks, Theory. Very well.
Less thing you have to worry about or stress over while you're worrying and getting through this. Sorry. Do you think
just burp on stream, Stephen, like the slob you are?
This is okay?
Right in the middle of your statement.
I think it would only be
do that in court. Do it.
You do this if you're like, can I give you money so you don't take legal action against me? Please, thank you. Smiley face. Maybe yeah. Okay. Aaron eventually suggested approving the exact message, even that I offer money to help cover at least your therapy or perhaps even payments towards law school.
Again, all of this is like, look, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I wasn't trying to pay her off. I wasn't trying to keep her quiet. Aaron, it was Aaron's idea. Aaron did it. Martin Orlando, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I very much appreciate that. By the way, I see a certain glitter crab. There's someone called Glitter Crab in my chat. Whoever donates a membership and catches Glitter Crab in that donation, you get to pick one item from my merch store, and I will lower the price till the end of the month to the lowest it will allow me to. There are cardigans, there are mugs, there are bikinis. They are high quality President Sunday bikinis. If you donate a membership and it catches Glitter Crab, the one who does so may choose one item from my merch store to lower to the lowest possible price. Jonathan Kirk, thanks for the $2. Bare minimum achieved, indeed. And Lace Argar, thank you for the generous £5. Good evening, Scoom. I don't know what that means, but thank you. And Rixai, thank you for the $19.99 US. Much appreciated.
For sending the message, Aaron approved to Pixie. Pixie rejected it.
Aaron approved. Aaron's his agent, okay? It's all Aaron's fault.
In what I thought was an odd manner. So this was me sending the message to her. She replies, "It's more complicated than that. I feel like there's no justice for what's been done. I feel like people for the rest of my life are going to try to send it to my family or workplace or wherever I go. I feel extremely violated with how so many people saw me non-consensually in a vulnerable position. I feel like people are always going to use this as proof that I slept my way into whatever achievement I garner. I feel like it's evidence that everything would be better with me gone." And then she replied to my specific suggestion with, "I feel like whatever I ask you to cover will be too high a price too, and then I'm going to feel even worse over it." And then the rest is me, I think, just kind of consoling her. She said that whatever amount she'd ask for would likely be too high.
Big, don't you dare.
Despite me not yet mentioning a dollar amount. At this point, I noticed her language was also taking a sharply pointed and more deliberate tone with words like justice, non-consensual, and vulnerable, showing up for the first time in our messages almost 2 weeks out from when the original leaks actually happened.
So what? So what? So what? So here's what happened. Here's what happened, Steven. Pixie was at first like, "Oh no, this is really bad. Hey, look, I'm just keeping quiet about it, okay? We're not talking about it." And then later on, she got mad. She got mad because she thought about it, and she thought about what you did, and now she's thinking of justice, and now she's thinking of revenge. And you know what? That's her goddamn right. First of all, thanks to $1.99. This should be enough for one egg. Enjoy. Maybe in 2023.
I was trying to walk an impossibly fine line with my conversations with Pixie, balancing a few key things. I was concerned for her well-being and mental health.
He was primarily concerned for her well-being and mental health, which is why he shared porn of her to random strangers on the internet.
But I wasn't sure what she was getting at with her claim of me not giving her as much money as she'd want. I was also trying to comfort her in regards to the leaks without downplaying or minimizing what she was feeling, a concern I communicated with Aaron at the time. I want to send Pixie this thread and tell her that there are tons.
Here's why this matters. The monetary compensation was not his idea. That's why this matters to him, okay? So what his strategy right now is to go, well, look, something happened. At some point after the leaks, someone gave Pixie an idea in which she would get tremendous amounts of money from me through evil instead of, and it's, here's why this was dangerous, okay? Because Pixie did make mistakes here. Here's why this was dangerous. If Destiny had this thought back then Destiny could have informed her, hey, just so you know, I think this could be interpreted as, you better keep quiet. You better keep quiet. I can make it worth your while if you be quiet, but if you don't, I can do things. That's why. But now we jump to present day. The Kyla conversation is posted. There's no secret anymore. What's the point of this? It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter. This isn't a court of law. You suing her for this? I don't think so. I don't think you could. I think that'd be very difficult. I think you could try. I think it'd be very difficult. I think as a spook, it's effective. But now you're selling this to your audience. No, it was Aaron and Pixie and Lauren De Laguna, all just after my money. Of course they're after your money. What else are they going to go after? Your cat? That's what you got. If it was in Saudi Arabia or somewhere, maybe they could take your hand. But here, in America, because we're Americans, they can take your money. That's what's available to them. They can take your money, and they can feel a little bit better because they got your money. That's how that works. And they should also go for the cat.
Of people talking homophobically, and a few that mention Lauren, but none mentioning her. But I don't know if this comes off as me minimizing her complaints or not. LOL. If you could minimize it,
I think it's the $4.99. Not so Oedipus, indeed.
That would be good.
Not so Egudite.
Actually, then she wouldn't think about it as much. Aaron informed me that Pixie was settling on a figure, hinting that she would ask me to pay for her law school tuition. Notably, no actual figure was ever sent to me for consideration. Aaron,
I didn't see this. What's this?
Messaging Pixie, how are you feeling this morning? I feel better. I feel somber, but not suicidal right now.
Never mind. This isn't new. I saw this.
That's good. Well, not good. I'm sorry you're still somber, of course, but an improvement. Did you reply to Steven? Yeah, we got into an argument back and forth on why I shouldn't.
Accusing Pixie of trying to extort him could backfire in court. Accusing Pixie of trying to extort him as the first legal action that results from this could have been effective. That would be very dangerous for Pixie. Now it doesn't matter. This is so dumb. Like, it's the cat's out of the bag. It's over. That's not going to help you anymore.
Kill myself. I haven't replied to his last message or asked him to cover my tuition. I don't think he would do that if I asked him. LOL, okay, I need to think on that. Like, entire tuition for law school is like $200K, X face. I told her to make the request and y'all can negotiate from there. I don't know what law school she wants to go to. If it's like Harvard.
I really hope he's screwing over his case as much as possible. They may be.
Then yeah, the whole thing being covered is probably not happening. If it's a state school in Florida, that's another story. First, she needs to actually apply and get in. That will give you time to think about the amount as well. I said, okay, we'll keep in mind.
Like, here's the thing. Kyla, who's a psychopath, who's just an evil, rancid creature, like nothing else. One of the most wretched humans on this earth. Cleverly, and I mean like a teenager's idea of cleverness, got Pixie to double confirm. I thought you wanted justice. Now you're saying you want money? And she had to reframe that. Well, I think the only way to actually get justice is money. That's incredibly dangerous for Pixie if they act on that first. They didn't, because they're stupid. And now here we are. So, just genuinely, just so every step of this is so stupid. So stupid. Because it's like, they did some stuff that was smart. They set things up so that they'd have some leverage, so that they could actually, like, control the course of events. But they're simultaneously too cheap and too lacking in self-control and too dumb to actually do it. So, despite all these well-laid plans, here's Steven now fucking himself over, thinking, oh man, it's just, it's almost painful to watch, because you know what he's thinking to himself. He's exited his mind palace, and he has perfect clarity. He's seen it. He knows and sees all now.
On the same day that she was expressing her thoughts of suicidality to me, she began to aggressively fight with trolls online about subject matter that seemed to be begging for people to bring attention to the recently leaked material.
Yeah, it sounds like she also lacked some self-control. It sounds like she was emotional, like certain people, Steven. She did the wrong thing, as many of us do, and started arguing with people. I've done this. You do this all the time. I mean, it helps that I haven't, like, sexually abused people, but, it's a common part of the human condition. We are not geared, generally speaking, for navigating social media politics.
On that same day, December 12th, why do people think the woman body is automatically sexual? Why is it considered morally higher to be covered up? Why does other people sexualizing me makes my body a moral dilemma?
This has no bearing on this case. This is completely irrelevant. This has no bearing on this. Pixie's engaging in basic feminist arguments on Twitter. What are you trying to establish with this?
Even Aaron agreed that this was a crazy Twitter battle to engage in at the time, and it seemed especially strange given that Pixie told me 8 hours earlier that she was
You want to know something? I'm going to be real with you. Aaron is dumber than Pixie. Because Pixie was arguing with people amid something that had already happened over which she had no further control. Aaron, though, has been just aggressively making herself complicit in stuff for no reason. For no reason at all. This is the thing that really, like, made me angry, like, more than anything about Aaron. Because before I made my video, I actually gave her warning, like, look, just walk away. Don't engage with this. Just walk away, okay? You don't need to be involved in this any further than you've been mentioned so far. Just don't talk. Just walk away. When Destiny flew back from his New York studio, and he made his initial response on Reddit to my video and to Copenseed's video and to Pixie's published thing, her intention to sue, he leaked some more DMs, some of which with Aaron. And what we learned from those DMs is Aaron was telling Steven how poor Pixie was. In the background. Destroying her bargaining position in the process. Utterly destroying it. Do I think she was trying to hurt Pixie? Probably not. I think she, like many people here, many of the people who sort of lubricate these online figures, is a pervert. She gets off on the attention. She liked being talked to by these people who are happening. Don't be like that. Because sometimes you end up included in stuff like this. Glitter Crab, thanks to $5 US. It's my payday. Have my filthy drama dollars, and so I shall. By the way, once again, reminder, whoever donates a membership that catches Glitter Crab gets to pick one item from the merch store, and it will be reduced to the lowest price possible.
Receiving DMs related to the leaks, was petrified of her parents finding out what had happened and would kill herself if it ever got that far. Bro, why fight about this today of all days? She's so brave. Yeah, I don't know if brave is the right word.
Why are you laughing, crying about this? Look at this stupid idiot. How do you think this makes you look good? Why are you posting this? Why are you showing this? How does this help you?
These were her messages to me earlier. I feel like part of the reason why I'm still freaked out about it is because it's been 2 weeks and I still have people commenting
Good Mudcrab, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate it.
on my socials and DMs about it. I feel like Andrew and his fan base as well.
We didn't catch Glitter Crab. Didn't catch Glitter Crab.
Some other psychos hate it, and some other psychos hate me for being a woman who disagrees with them, and that they'll use it during any opportunity they can to cause harm to me. But maybe I'm wrong. And then this is just us going back and forth over don't kill yourself, basically. And then that she'll never have a job again. You don't think it's realistic that someone might fire me over this, that I might lose whatever future career I work in because the office passed around my sex tape? I was now in an impossible position. Hold on. I was now in an impossible position. A revenge point of me was still being blasted across the internet with family members, including my 13-year-old son, being spammed with explicit videos of me, sometimes even by popular social media personalities like Just a Minx. I love that. I guess it's because I'm a guy.
Who is this? Who is this? Why do we care? Who is this?
I'm trying to get better, but the image of Destiny sucking that cock is ruining it. Based.
Oh no. Oh no, poor Destiny. I'm sorry. Who is this? Who cares?
And then this is just her casually, replying to tweets of mine. It's good.
Why are we looking at this?
Getting some good Twitter engagement here. Not that anybody gives a fuck.
Thank you for showing that again on screen, Steven.
She's a girl and I'm a guy, but it's all good. That she has a 1.4 million follower account, and
well, good for her. Wait, I'm sorry. Who cares?
Didn't matter, but all right.
Who cares?
Multiple large social media accounts were covering it, with Kiwi Farms bragging in a tweet that a surge of visitors consuming the revenge porn of me required a database rollback.
Well, that doesn't work. I thought you were concerned about Pixie being identified, but now all of a sudden, I'm sorry. You were concerned about keeping it quiet. Now all of a sudden, it's crashing Kiwi Farms and everybody knows it. Okay.
And now, on top of everything, Pixie was coupling threats of suicide and a public note with an implied request.
Gabs, thank you for the incredibly generous 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. That's got to grab Glitter Crab for sure.
For hundreds of thousands of dollars from me to make things right for her. The surge of traffic to the Kiwi Farms.
What is the partial object thing? That's going to be later tonight.
Related to Destiny.
It's actually called Fundamental Discord now. It's going to be my co-hosted channel with Brooks. Will be going live later tonight. It'll be a first.
Blowjob video has caused a fatal database error, and I will need to do a rollback to a recent backup. No contact. At some point after our conversation on the 12th of December, Pixie removed me as a friend from Discord. From that point onwards, a small bit of communication happened between two mutual friends. One of them communicated with me that Pixie needed me to suffer in order for me to understand that I'd committed a wrong, as though I hadn't already suffered enormously due to the explosive coverage that already existed of my leaked material.
He suffered enormously. dear children. Stephen suffered. He suffered. I suffer without my come. Do not prolong my suffering. Gab, thank you for the incredibly generous additional 50 gifted memberships. Imagine if that still doesn't get Glitter Crab. That would be suspicious.
They said to Pixie, if you ever wanted someone to suffer or be dead, my first instinct is to say no, but I feel like an unfortunate byproduct of getting justice from Stephen would result in some level of suffering. So I guess the answer is yes. Are you wanting him to suffer, or do you want justice there? I want justice. If I could have justice without the suffering, that would be optimal, but I'm just not sure if possible. She also communicated to a friend that she was essentially ready and waiting to kill herself based on whether or not I responded favorably to paying out a massive amount of money. I think I'm going to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how that conversation goes, a conversation my friend was going to have with me. Unless if you decide you don't want to talk to him, that's okay too. Basically, I have my plans / course of action paused and will choose something depending on if he agrees that he has to make up / repent for the action and wants to work with me to find a way to do that, or if he doesn't feel that way. I don't want to talk to him myself because I feel like I tried explaining what I was feeling and he didn't really understand. I also have a little anxious voice in my brain telling me to prepare for the worst because he probably won't care or doesn't care enough to willingly try to make up for his mistakes, and that means I'll have to start thinking of more extreme / nuclear options to deal with, but I'm trying to avoid spiraling down that line of thought because I'm trying to hold out for hope. And just not to scare you, I'm 100% not going to do anything to myself, no matter what he says during the holiday season, because I don't want to traumatize my friends during a time that's supposed to be happy. And even if he responds negatively, it doesn't mean I'll auto-kill myself. I'm trying to contemplate all different courses of actions, including going public, and then, if I can't take the amount of humiliation, then killing myself. Versus my plan before of scheduling a note for after I die. I'm still also looking into lawyers, but I just want to see what he says before deciding to do any nuclear option. Can I share this with Stephen? He communicated to me that he knows he fucked up. There is no excuse at all. He doesn't know what he can do to make it up for you. I'm trying to bridge between help, blah, blah, blah. Can I share this with him? You can share this with him, or you can share this in anything you want with him. I feel like when we talked, you really understood where I was coming from and can hopefully explain this better than I can. She reiterated that I needed to face consequences for my actions, claiming that she was on a mission to make this the most expensive mistake of my life. Again,
And I think it might be.
Despite the insane amount of harassment I had already received regarding the leaked material. My friend had listed out what is it exactly that you want. Yeah, because the only problem is number 3, because even with removal of the video and getting the guy hacked charged, Stephen has to face consequences proportional to his actions. I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life, and I'm essentially asking him to self-punish himself in a way I don't think he will like or agree to without the law involved. I don't have a dollar amount from the top of my head. It just has to be enough that for the rest of his life, if he thinks of the word nude, he associates it with the amount of money he lost. Obviously, I don't want to make him destitute, but it should be large enough that he does feel upset about it and is not easily recoverable.
Imagine spending hours of your life writing this. Like, Stephen, surely there's like I don't know, a large quantity of substances or TOS.
She said that I had offered to simply pay some bills, possibly to the tune of $200, though I had absolutely no idea where she ever got that figure from.
Okay, well, let me do some of my brilliant President Sunday math for you, Stephen, okay? You were told by Straight Array that Pixie couldn't afford $150 on a couch, okay? If she's making her bills, it stands to reason they're in that ballpark. So her bills are going to be a few $100 at most. There, I've solved the mystery for you. You offered to pay some bills. You didn't say, hey, look, I'm really sorry this happened. This is really shitty. I'm going to make sure that you're so covered you're not even thinking about it. That would have been good. No, because Stephen's poor on the inside. He's a rug cleaner on the inside. And Stephen looks at this and goes, you never know if those pennies are going to come back. so he's stingy. He didn't give Pixie recurrent payments that she would be hesitant to have cut off, which would be the smart thing to do. He lowballed her. He lowballed her to save pennies because he would rather humiliate himself for the rest of his life on this than lose a percentage of his bank account. Mobius Strip, thank you for the $5. Have fun with this nonsense, but someday you should do mold bug bad theory. I am going to. That is all happening. That is all happening. Thanks so much.
From.
I bet he wishes he made that 500K settlement. It would have been worth it to give her $1 million.
Yeah, honestly, I feel comfortable sending him these messages and asking him, what does he think this...
Why bring rug cleaners into this? Because rug cleaners, like fast food workers and retail workers and street cleaners and garbage men, are people who do a respectable job because they have to pay to have a basic standard of living, okay? And Destiny thinks he's better than them because he made a bunch of money conning people on the internet. Here's the difference. There are a lot of really good people who deserve better, who are stuck doing essential services that waste their talents because that's how capitalism works. And then there are people who are rug cleaners, who are where Steven is.
Would look like if you're telling me of his comfortable with that he is comfortable with the idea of proportional penance and how that would look like. I just feel like he didn't understand when he said he would pay some bills for me, because it makes me feel like he's telling me, oh, I'm sorry that happened. Here's $200. Hope you feel better, which I think really underestimates the gravity of the situation, to put it lightly, and somehow makes me feel like a cheap prostitute, or it makes me feel like that's how severe he perceives his actions to be, LOL. After assurances from my friend that I was willing to pay a lot more than she had originally thought, she informed me that she was finally ready to reach out to me, using this conversation as a starting point. I think he was worried you would feel he's paying for your silence, but did want to help but didn't want to overstep. I think he's offering a lot more than how you read it, but I totally understand why you read it that way. Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. I think I'm ready to reach out to him using this conversation as a starting point, if you're okay with that. Like, I'll send him the conversation/texts so he can see where I'm coming from. Sure, but what I would outline isn't a clear ask, but a question of what you feel you need from him and what he's willing to give. Yeah, that makes sense. I really hope we can figure out a compromise and what works for both of us.
Seen all this?
At this point, mutual friends tell me that she's expecting between $500,000 to $1 million as just compensation for her suffering, though
Which, by the way, is just compensation for her suffering, but more to the point, it's significantly less than you deserve to lose.
I hadn't seen that in writing anywhere yet. At this point, I felt incredibly uncomfortable establishing any direct...
Isn't Sandy a garbage man? Common misconception. See, content creators, when we engage in drama, we aren't garbage men. We're just eating garbage. There's a subtle but important distinction. Garbage men keep their dignity.
Contact, threats of suicide, paired with requests for huge sums of money that seemed to hinge directly on whether or not I was willing to self-punish enough, paired with threats to expose me publicly if I wasn't willing to make the right choice, left me in a very rough position. I was still dealing with the mountains of harassment my family and I were receiving.
Oh, it's his family now. Think of Steven's family. They haven't had slaves in generations, those poor people.
Your legal fees in my pursuit against the original leaker, and now I was facing a decision about whether or not I needed to fork over some huge sum of money to prevent someone from either killing themselves or exposing me to the public. D-Day. On January 20th.
The only thing I feel pity for his family for is this. His poor mother. Imagine this is your son. Oh. Oh, that's dark. That's dark. Dark way to leave this world.
2025, while flying back from the studio in New York, I was notified that 2 videos were going live that seemed to be centered on recent events. A video titled Destiny, Predator Unmasked by Cope and
His mom is right-wing. Nobody deserves to have this person as their child, okay?
Steve, and Exposing the Destiny Abuse Machine by President Sunday.
Hey, that's me.
Both of these videos included a multitude of messages between different parties behind the scenes that I was totally unaware were coordinating with each other. In addition to these 2 videos, Pixie dropped her Substack statement about me.
I gotta pee, 1 sec. people are like children. You stop dangling keys for a few seconds, they all disappear. Feels like a long pee. It was a big pee. I'm a big boy.
Lauren Hayden launched a Give, Send, Go for Pixie in order to raise funds to sue me, and other members of the Anti-Fan Discord made claims about me, sharing material on Twitter. All of these events happened within 12 hours of each other. Basically, every internet friend I had publicly denounced me. Other streamers and YouTubers responded almost instantly to cover the statements, and a slew of videos went up with a variety of claims about me, the worst of them heavily implying I was a rapist.
Nice. Oh. I can't believe it. I just can't believe that Destiny is a racist. Oh, the humanity. Destiny a racist? Really? Seems to be a rarist down here. What if he's a Rost? Or a Rast? Or erased? Are these slurs? I don't know. I should stop talking. Press on. No, that bottom one clearly says Raditz, like from Dragon Ball Z. He does kind of look like Raditz. With advanced syphilis. Ragist. That's a good one. Rarest.
All of this included all of this also refreshed the attention on all of the leaked material, mine and Pixie's included, and brought awareness of it to a much, much wider audience than ever before, leading to an exponential increase of harassment across every social media platform I'm on.
I thought there was already I thought it was already crashing Kiwi farms. Steven? What do you mean? What do you mean? Give him 10 years to bald, he's already had 10 years.
Lav, someone who proudly spread revenge porn of me in the past.
All I'm saying is, okay, I wear my bangs back because I'm proud. This man fears to let his forehead show.
And admitted to it. How dare I want the person who made my life hell for a year want to be humiliated?
Sunday only needs 2 years to go bald. Hey, it actually took 3 years, and I got better. Okay?
What the heck is wrong with me? It was advantageous
Joshua, thank you for the incredibly generous 50 gifted memberships. Maybe we'll get Glitter Crab this time.
for that to be leaked publicly, but it never was. This is in regards to something that happened like 6 months ago, where supposedly some material of mine had leaked onto a Discord server. I didn't want to get in trouble, and I felt bad doing it, so I didn't. And I encouraged Nico Sam to spread it and not get caught because I thought it was deserved. It's not a felony to send a picture of a leaked sex tape to your friend, bro. Limfe.
It is, actually, but who cares?
We were drawing things on it, my dick.
Jonathan Kirk, thanks for the $5 US. He should be one of those guys who sprays disinfectant into the inseamed booze at the back of strip clubs and bad action movies. I feel like there's better places for Steven to be in bad action movies. That'd be more satisfying.
Back and forth like the Doom Worm.
By the way... Why would you say that? Why would you read that out for us? Yes, it does look like a Dune Worm, doesn't it? Except that the Dune Worm looks a little better, to be honest. Doesn't have all those wrinkles and gray goo.
I sent it to people who Nico had already sent it to, supposedly. I made a screen grab of his foreskin.
May his passing cleanse the world.
My profile pic and a private Discord server. That's it. I wasn't sending it around.
The son of Gaib.
I got a picture from a random person on Discord. What? That's a zoomed in image of the image of your cock she was sending. Based. And Mr. Girl, LOL, made a grand return to Justical stream. Justical also began to reach out to other women, some of who had been sexually harassed by members of his own Discord server, to see if any.
Oh wow, that's funny. Do you know? Do you know why JStock exists? Do you know why JStock has a Discord server with people in it? Because Destiny used JStock's server, and he's actually been explicit about this. There are posts, I can't be fucked to dig them up, but there are posts where he actually explicitly talks about this. The purpose of JStock's stream for Destiny and why he was published and why he was like promoted in their DGG Discord and Reddit is so that Destiny could have his drama litigated on another channel in a safe space, sort of cordoned off and taken over by J-Stock, while Destiny, being the wunderkind of a genius voice of a generation, could read history books to chat while high on Vyvanse. That's what, not high on Vyvanse, but like, well, under the influence of Vyvanse. That's what that was. So when, just to be clear, when he's talking about J-Stock's community, members of J-Stock's Discord server targeting women that Destiny's interacted with, this is Destiny's community. This is Destiny's community doing that. J-Stock just managed the brothel, so to speak.
Many of them wanted to come on and make a statement about me. I didn't decide to include all the messages here, but this was him to...
Wow, we still didn't catch Glitter Crab. 160 memberships and Glitter Crab is still not captured. Reminder. It's happened before. People have gifted one membership and just gotten the guy, just like that. Whoever donates a membership, whoever gifts a membership and catches, because they're random, whoever catches Glitter Crab will be able to pick one item from my merch store, and I will reduce it as low as the store will allow me to.
If you're around, shoot me a message. Are you aware of what's going on with Destiny? Jessica reached out to quite a few people, we'll say. People everywhere began to speculate that every insane narrative about me was true,
Every insane narrative about Destiny, about Stephen Bennell II, is true.
Sorry. People everywhere began to speculate that every insane narrative about me that had ever been spun had now been prophetically fulfilled, and I crashed on my couch for 3 days.
Good.
Contemplate retirement.
Good. Insomniwar, thanks for 10 gifted memberships. And Jashoa, thank you for the incredibly generous 50 gifted memberships. Imagine if they still don't catch him. Can you imagine? It's happened. It's happened before. There's a lot of people. It's happened.
Logistical banned Laugh from a server because he realized how bad the optics were while he was trying to farm me. I just thought it was funny as the main cover of a lot of this.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I like that after I published my video, me and Destiny were both just crashed out on our couches, just like, oh, together. Makes me feel like I was there.
Here's the first thing. Here's the first thing. Is that JSTLK already knew about this before yesterday. We talked about it slightly. And he said that, it was different to what Destiny did, but it was, like, still bad, and so he didn't want me on stream talking about the Destiny allegations anymore. I was like, you know what? I get it. Whatever. Like, I get it. Like, whatever. Even though it's, like, completely different than what Steven did. It, like,
I like this music.
I don't want to... It's, like, bad optics.
I feel like I should, but I like this music. Lav. Hey, Lav is a queen here.
Up the pieces. Seeing the number of people and schemes revealed initially made me incredibly paranoid about who I could trust that wasn't mining our conversations for some sort of confession or blackmail material. Just to go messaging, hey, I really don't want to pry. Some stuff came out with respect.
That's what you got? Really? Look, even J-Stock betrayed me. Really? Rickside, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Very much appreciate it.
To Pixie, I don't want to talk about it anywhere, but just asking if you're aware. What do I do? Just say yes? As in, yeah, I'm aware? President Sunday, say nothing. Give him a night to possibly think to say something else. Tomorrow, say yes and ask why. That's my advice. I don't know, he talks weird.
You don't got the testosterone for that maneuver, buddy.
Reason being is that everybody at the moment, I think Jistical is weirdly one of the few in trust at the moment. I'm so frustrated with her, but I don't see how getting upset with her for doing this will lead to anything other than making her feel bad. It won't do anything. You're going to have to let her torch herself and then pat her shoulder after the consequences of her own actions ruin her year. The smart move actually would be to maneuver as a victim of Steven and put those people currently jumping down her throat on her side. But outraged about the fact of the leak and make that the scandal instead of, ooh, Pixie, no. Nice. Kyla's being snaky about this. Pixie contacted her and was kind of trying to use her as a liaison. I told her Kyla can't be trusted to help with that. Dan contacted Pixie a few weeks ago. According to what she told me, he basically said, ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money, and he'd probably pay it, plus wanting to convince her not to take legal actions against Kiwi Farms, which he's considering. You up for a call later tonight? Blah, 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 blah. Just, you know. Let's talk tomorrow. I'm going to talk with someone I trust. Sounds good. This is blackmail. Tell her under no circumstances to do this. Dan is a fucking moron, or he's trying to sabotage her. Seeing Lauren's name, created by Lauren Dreben Hayden. Seeing Lauren's name pop up on Pixie's Substack confirmed to me that there was significant coordination going on in the background between her and Pixie. At least, and seeing Aaron and President Sunday talking and scheming so much made me wonder what everyone's ultimate goal was. Pixie going public was something I hadn't heavily considered because it seemed to worsen both of our positions on virtually every front.
Rich, I think of the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate it.
Her part in the leaked material had been virtually unknown up to that point, and she had also proclaimed several times up to this point that she would kill herself if her parents discovered her role in it. I think if it was public info that you were taking legal action, 99% of people who come across it would assume it was because of your own videos and not even know about the other stuff, to be honest. I follow the bottom feeders and drama frogs who discuss all of this stuff, and very few people have even mentioned Pixie. I haven't actually heard Melina's name come up once. The blah, 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 this guy, Smith, some weird dude. There's nothing she can do about randos on Twitter, but as far as communities that are close to her, it's pretty much a blacklisted topic. She's driving herself crazy because she's clearly name searching herself and just going through Kiwi Farms. Queeman watched the video, and even most of his gay little chat was like, okay, even I didn't know Pixie was involved. What the fuck? Queeman? Queefman? Did I fuck up? The only thing her
Queefman. I'm calling him that from now on.
going public seemed to accomplish was to make the material far more publicized than it ever would have been
Until
otherwise.
he beats me in Sonic. Okay, that gameplay, that Sonic Adventure 2 battle gameplay was shameful, absolutely embarrassing. And he is Queefman until he makes up for it.
It also became clear to me that Aaron and President Sunday weren't the main people Pixie was listening to in the background. Update, nope, haven't heard from her since the 8th, but she's been active, so she's just ignoring me. We'll give it a couple days. I'd like for her to update me, and she kind of randomly had been throughout this whole thing, but I think she's annoyed with me. I told her to gently readjust her expectations with money that she could receive in any sort of settlement, plus said the demand letter first wasn't a good idea. Let me know when you're able to talk. Serious development, good development. Oh, I'm not free until tomorrow night to chat. TLDR, should it wait? Urgent, actually. Tell me I can't pass anything to Pixie, though. She's not replying, and I just don't feel comfortable bringing anything about this up to her. That, combined with Lauren's creation of the Give, Send, Go, plus the message she sent me the same night Pixie began to threaten suicide to me, made it more clear to me that Lauren was likely the one guiding her behavior.
So what? Who cares?
I think there's just a picture again of her.
Who cares? So what?
Creating that Give, Send, Go. I also felt far more confident in my suspicion that this was all ultimately about extracting the maximum amount of money from me.
What was your first hint? The fact you said it was supposed to be enough money that you think about it for the rest of your life? Obviously. What are you, stupid? Of course they're trying to extract the maximum amount of money for you. Whether they want money, which of course they want money. Everybody wants money. Why wouldn't you? Money's power, freedom, and happiness. Or revenge, for the same reasons. Of course they want the maximum amount of money from you. They'd be stupid if they wanted anything else. What's wrong with you?
Pixie had deleted her message to me, where she'd even implied a higher dollar amount than what I'd be comfortable with.
Yeah,
So-
probably, if I had to guess, because she had the same intuition that I had, which is, hey, actually, this might be able to be framed badly. Probably. But in terms of her wanting money, of course she wants money. We're only doing this for money. Of course she wants money. What is money? Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Okay. What is she concerned about with the leaks? Her mental health, which can be largely medicated and fixed with money, and her job prospects, largely dependent on money. Guys, this is profound. I've just realized something. Most of the world runs on money.
We are in our DM.
Oh, and you shared porn of her, damaging her reputation and causing her a tremendous amount of mental anguish. So yeah, she wants your money specifically to hurt you.
Where she said, I feel like whatever I ask you to cover will be too high a price too. And then I'm going to feel even worse over it. This message, the only time we'd ever discussed an actual dollar amount kind of, was deleted now from our DMs.
But you saved it. That's interesting to me. You saved it. Now you're keeping records. Why? This is what I was warning people about. This motherfucker is looking for any angle whatsoever that he can screw everyone involved with.
Seemingly tried to cover her tracks by implying that I could donate to a charity while texting a mutual friend.
Covering her tracks. Why would you say she's covering her tracks? She wasn't covering her tracks. She was 100% serious. She was fine with you saying, okay, I agree, I'll accept. I will donate a quarter of my income to charity, okay? We good? All right. She was willing to do that. What do you mean covering her tracks? That wasn't covering her tracks. That was offering a scenario in which she doesn't benefit financially at all. At all. Now, does it mean she's out of the woods? No, not necessarily. But greed? No, you can't go that route. She endangered any possible payout with that. Because you could have accepted. You could have accepted. You could have even accepted an abstract and then delayed the actual negotiation of the amount. And then maybe started making like manageable payments based on her misperception of how much you can actually afford to a charity over a period of time. And nobody would be the wiser. That ain't it. That's not the move, Steve. You don't got it.
I don't think if Steven faces consequences, he will change it again. If he wants to, he can donate the money to some charity or organization. I just think that other than jail, or even more than jail from the studies I read, money is the strongest reinforcer, and losing it is the strongest punishment.
Well, here's hoping he gets jailed then.
Cover her tracks by implying I could donate to a charity while texting a mutual friend.
Him saying that's covering her tracks is the stupidest thing he could have done here. That's so stupid. That's so fucking stupid.
And now I was seeing Erin telling President Sunday that her suicide threat was done just to get my attention. And the messages here that she had been sending to President.
Really fucking blurry. Let me pull up the high quality one. Here we go. There, I'll give you a bit of an upgrade, Stephen. Why are you so low res? She was threatening to kill herself to him, but she told me this wasn't serious. It was just to get his attention. Okay. And how does she know? How does she know? How does she know? See, this would be my justification for my moves. I didn't determine that the moves that I was going to make would risk that outcome. But she wasn't serious. That's a statement I haven't made. Why would you assume this? No, she claimed she was told this by Pixie. Okay, I'm inclined to believe straight away that she was told this by Pixie. I don't see why she would lie about that. Pixie could, of course... I don't know how she would show proof of a negative that she didn't say this, but presumably if there's a conversation... Well, I mean, she would be able to show that there is no... Straight Raid. It would be on Straight Raid to show that there was this message, right? But how would Straight Raid know? And why are we putting weight on this? Why are we putting weight on this? Who cares? Like here's a wacky idea. What if she switches modes from coping to taking action, and then, like many of us do, she retcons a little bit in her head. No, I'm not acting erratically. I'm not responding to stress and trauma. It's all part of a plan. I figured out a way in which this is actually the smart thing to do. This is part of a plan. I'm just doing this to get his attention. I'm not acting impulsively. It's a possibility. But meanwhile, everything else was serious, actually. That's just one possibility. There are many. How does this help you? I'm sorry. Oh, Straighterade said that she wasn't serious. Therefore. What? Good luck with that, Steve. I hope you bring that one up in court. That'll be funny.
President Sunday, Erin says she was threatening to kill herself to him, but she told me this wasn't serious. It was just to get his attention.
Okay, so? So what? How does this help you?
I also saw that she'd put together the statement that she published on her Substack at least 12 days earlier, and perhaps unknowingly to her, actually exactly outlined her schemes and messages to Erin that looked similar to texts she'd sent to Kyla.
What?
Update, she sent me a statement she wants to publish.
This is terrible. Hang on. Why is this so bad? Why is the resolution so low? How long has he had to... Wait, was that for me? Oh, that might have been a message to me. Hang on, what is this? Unless... What? Nope, that's for me. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Yeah, this is the version that had Dan in it. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to bother.
But it's terrible. This was
Cope and Seed's video has it.
on the 8th of January.
It's hard to tell because it's so blurry. I also got the screen kind of small on my end. Like, here's the thing. It's actually a good point. If she cared about Pixie's well-being, he could have just given her money at any point. In fact, he could have given her money now. He could have just given her money now. Just said, look, it's got out of hand, sorry. I was trying to play it smart, but this can't go on any further. You still want to take me to court, that's fine, but I would like to give you a bunch of money now. Just a bunch, okay? Just so you can sort things out. That'd look good. That'd be a good preamble. That'd be a good publicity move.
And then to Erin, she says, what day were you thinking about releasing it? I mean, the most I can think of is the Virginia stuff or Nas, but I have trouble seeing how he would do that in a way that doesn't make him look worse for trying to deflect. I don't know what she's talking about here. If she thinks I would like attack her friends, I don't know. I'm going to talk to my lawyer first, send a demand letter, and based on his response to said demand letter, release it. I originally wanted to do it by next week, but it seems unlikely. This was on January 8th.
Do we have a date for the demand letter from Laguna.
And then this looks similar to the text she'd sent to Kyla. Or my friend, I should say.
Well done, Steven. Yeah, by the way, just FYI, Natsa Erudite's been working behind the scenes the entire time. In Destiny's favor. She's even reconnected with Destiny. She's going to be working with them now. It's a done deal. They've already decided that they're going to be doing bridges together in future. She'll own it, of course, but he's going to collaborate and or be a guest and or work behind the scenes. These people are fucking disgusting.
About deciding our course of action based on how I respond. This completely destroyed the idea that President Sunday's video had forced her hand.
How? How? I'm sorry. How? You think? I'm sorry. You think it was a coincidence that her post was up hours within 12 hours after me and Cope and Seed published our videos? What? No, of course she posted in response to our videos. Of course. Obviously. How? How would you even assert this?
Ironically enough, President Sunday seemed to understand the extortion angle as well, though he was incorrect in saying that it was Pixie's first impulse to do this, as that seemed to develop sometime around or before December 11th, which is when, I'm guessing, Lauren began coaching her more ardently.
Yeah, that's a private conversation.
This is his take on everything, but...
Yeah. This is an honest person. Her first impulse was to try and blackmail Steven with her suicide, and continue to be gentle. In fact, dissuading her from the demand letter seems to put up barriers. Choose a different tack, going along with it and seeing what she says. I'll ask her, hey, do you want to go over your demand letter? Da-da-da-da.
I don't know if it matters to get his take, but...
It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. My opinion of the purity of Pixie's motives is irrelevant here. It doesn't matter. That's also, by the way, something that I'm directly talking to someone who's advising her. So here's something to keep in mind. I am talking to Straighter Aid to influence decisions that Pixie makes. I'm not talking to Straighter Aid to editorialize for a public statement about my judgment of Pixie's character as if that matters. So at this point, we don't know who's influencing Pixie. We perceive that Pixie's making decisions based on other people's intuitions that seem to be putting her into a dangerous spot, and we're reacting accordingly. That's it. That's it. It is not required that Pixie is a saint here at all, and then none of this helps Steven at all. At all. Like, wow. President Sunday doesn't trust Pixie, a person he doesn't know, and who chiefly interacts with people who have been deeply dishonest and hostile towards him. Wow, what are the odds that he would have a bit of a dim view of the purity of her moral motivations? Who fucking cares? This could be Lav who is making the exact same accusations, and it wouldn't help your case. It doesn't matter. Destiny's wife's kind of not a great person either. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Who cares?
I also finally saw, in writing, confirmation that she was indeed...
Also, by the way, just to be clear... Wait, I also saw in writing what?
A payout of at least $1 million in order to prevent her from going public.
Right? So, how does this help you?
These were messages...
So she's got unrealistic expectations as to what she could get from this. Maybe. Ambitious expectations, we'll say. Okay? So? So what? So what? How does this help you?
Just Kyla and Pixie exchanged on December 18th. Kyla was telling Pixie...
See, here's my worry, is before any of this comes out, this gets used to entrap people. Even just by way of threats. I don't know for certain how it would actually go down in court if for whatever reason he tried to follow through. But that would be the concern, is that it could be used to entrap people for an extended period of time. But now? This doesn't help you, Steve. This doesn't help you at all.
Pixie that she would talk to Steven IRL about the whole ordeal, but then she said scheduling issues prevented the conversation. She also says every time she's tried to ask for details via messages, he's not engaged, but I think that's a lie, obviously. And for context, Pixie wanted to sue for a lot of money, literally $1 million plus, but I told her that amount isn't realistic. If she did that, which I doubt, that would be incredibly misleading. She's wanted an incredible amount of money from the start, and I have repeatedly but gently told her that she will not get the sum she wants. There's no...
This is, by the way, a straight rate throwing Pixie under the bus. It's one of the reasons why I threw straight rate under the bus. These messages are at some distance from each other. This is after I was pointing out that, just so you know, like, you negotiating with Destiny behind the scenes for these payouts means that you are very easily construed as the person who's orchestrating decisions that could be used against everyone. That's what this is referring to. And she reiterated, no, it was Pixie's idea, demonstrating my point.
no legal basis for
comment, you're an idiot. You don't know what's baseless or not.
getting $1 million payout, which she repeatedly discussed with me. Aaron thinks, for whatever reason, I guess, that I'm lying about having talked to Kyla, but every single person close to me, I basically said, hey, I'm not talking about this with you. We're not discussing this, except for the things in relation to the communication through Pixie, because I had no idea who was talking to who, and I just didn't want to be the mastermind manipulator or anything, so I didn't give instructions.
The fact that this is being discussed here means it's not baseless, just to be clear.
Anybody say anything, do anything.
He's just really stupid, so he sabotaged any potential use for it. Thank you, Steven. Thank you.
Unless they were communicating things to me from Pixie.
I know, Cal, I'm stopping.
Sharing videos. As a quick aside, and to get way further into my sexual life than I'd ever publicly want to, trading nudes
Yeah, it's not true.
or videos with someone isn't done to impress anyone, as Pixie writes in her Substack. In my world, it's generally just fun to see someone you're speaking with engaging in sexual acts. When the idea of making recordings comes up with...
Just to be clear, red comment, I never said that Pixie was considering extorting Destiny. Just to be clear. Just to be clear. You're wrong and you know it. No, I've got like a weird nervous tick where if I take THC, my mouth twitches. My partner got me a THC drink the other night. So, I'm like this. That's why. Okay, you know how like Destiny does this thing? Okay, that's mine.
someone, there are a few different categories that people tend to fall into. For people who are extremely concerned with their
Normally my poker face is godly.
privacy or material possibly leaking, I generally just recommend that we don't record anything at all, as there's always some risk that stuff can leak, and it's just not worth the anxiety of having any material like that recorded. If someone still wants to record something after that, I would generally just have them record on their phone for them to keep hold of the material. Other people don't view it as a catastrophe if the material leaked, and have already made recordings of themselves and others and exchanged them with other people. With that out of the way, conversations guessing as to whether or not any of the leaked material was consensually shared was a hot topic of discussion following the initial leaks. Pixie would send messages to people to tell them that she had never sent videos of other people to me before, and she portrayed herself in her Substack as though I was the first person to ever suggest this to her, and I was the first person she ever recorded material with.
So what?
I know that she's
So what?
messaged people with stuff like...
Who cares? Who cares? Guys, get this. Pixie's not actually a virgin. Your Honor, her hymen was already broken. What the fuck is the point to this? How does this help you? How stupid is this man?
like this. This statement and implication, however, are both false.
She's not really as virginal as she claims. I'm innocent?
He'd sent me videos of her and other guys multiple times prior to us ever meeting and requested material from me as well. It was also her who suggested multiple times that we record stuff when we met later in 2020.
Who cares?
I took some videos of the guy I can send you later if you're interested also. Okay, I'll send you when I get them. Those are
Okay,
just-
were they secret? Were they secret, or was she waiting to share them with you because it would be tacky to share porn with somebody else while they're there? Maybe they're in an agreement where they're fine with them sharing it to particular people, but not to just anyone at random. Maybe?
It's basically her talking about sending me videos of her.
Unless you've got proof that she did this without people's consent, I don't believe you. Because you're a liar.
with other people on Instagram where she DMs this to me.
Okay,
Basically,
hang on. Wait.
I don't want to read these. They're cringe as fuck.
You don't want to read them?
I'm with a guy friend right now. I could probably get a photo or video of him, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, those are nauseating, to be fair.
And then the times that for us recording anything, it's going to be something nice to do. Would you want to make some videos together? If you want to, yeah, sure.
So what?
Do you want to take videos
That doesn't mean share them. That doesn't mean share them.
when we do stuff together? I think it blah, blah, blah. Jesus Christ.
Why are you showing this? Because he gets off on it, by the way. He's masturbating right now while he's streaming.
I was engaged to Melina at the time, so there's no way I would have agreed to anything that wouldn't have allowed her to view anything I recorded. Pixie was comfortable sending me videos of her and other identifiable men, with them even having saved the videos on their own phones. I took videos of some guy. I can send you later if you're interested. Sure, I'll send them to you when I get them. At no point in any of these conversations
Christ Sunday, no? What did I do? What did I say? I'm confused.
did Pixie ever mention having explicit consent.
Oh, about that. Yeah, no, he absolutely is. He absolutely is. He's posted about this before. He gets off on the idea of somebody blackmailing him with porn. He likes involving you, the audience, in this. So just so you know, guys, I, Riley Grace Rochon, am here to inform you that we are all being involved in Destiny's sex fetish as we speak. Doesn't that make you feel special?
From any of these other men to share these videos with me. I have no way of contacting them today to find out if she did. All this to say, consent was being reasonably understood by both sides of this situation. Back to the Substack.
Please tell me that's just a bad joke. I cannot tell a lie.
Pixie DM'd me first, I believe after we'd had a debate on some Twitch panel on October 23rd, 2019. She told me multiple times that she was 20 years old. You're 20, right? Yeah, I am 20. I had a fake ID, blah, blah, blah. I'm 20, yeah.
Okay?
So I'm not entirely sure why she said I was hitting on her when she was 19. By the time we met in person, she was 21. Based on my interactions with her, I find it odd that she describes herself as extremely sexually inexperienced.
By the way, there's a little game that some people play in JStock server, okay? And it's, is there a female member that is not a mutual friend with Destiny? Because here's the creepy part about this, if there was one. Destiny uses his audience to farm hookups with people who have a parasocial relationship with him. Young ones. He likes them young. And here's the thing that I think is worth considering, because people have laughed about this or have said this is stupid. Like Clement's take, for example, is that Destiny's position that somebody being like a child if they're 19 and you're in your 30s, as Destiny gave in the example, is basically like pedophilia, right? He thinks that's stupid. I tend to agree that they're adults. It's not pedophilia. It's not anything like it. But Steven thinks it is. Steven specifically thinks it is. And Steven specifically targets people in that age range where he will say publicly, I think doing this thing that I am doing is like molesting children, is like going after children. We have nothing in common in terms of life experience. These are children compared to me. And on a certain level, I'm inclined to agree. By his internal logic, Steven is a predator. According to Stephen Bennell thought, Stephen Bennell II is a predator. Very gross. Very unwholesome. Very haram.
And sheltered as well. When I was 19, over 5 years ago, I was extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered, being severely terrified of leaving, so blah, blah, blah. In several places, Pixie deliberately uses language that makes it sound as though I'm simply sending explicit material containing only her to another person. Pornographic content of me online, So you can imagine my surprise when I discover he distributed pornographic content of me without my consent. Yes, you read that right. He sent pornographic content to me, was trying to using my body and my privacy. This is not the case. The material in question is an explicit video of me and her together. I would never just send around explicit material of another person on their own. Any material I've exchanged is done so because I'm in it, not to impress someone by using someone else's body. She also
Oh, shit. I can't show this, of course, but I can show stuff that's adjacent. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. So some quick background to this. So in the initial dump of texts with Rose, not the revenge porn ones, just the texts, he talks about how he met somebody on Grindr and recorded them with a phone that was in his pocket. Just the audio. Okay? Now, apparently, that has since been leaked somewhere. I haven't looked for it, and I don't intend to, but that has been leaked. Now, I don't need to prove this to you, because Stephen, in his infinite wisdom, has just done so by referencing it. So, it's just, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. So this goes from bottom to top. No, it goes from top to bottom. It's reversed. Nice. Okay, that's convenient. I guess when they're read like this, they're from bottom to top. Okay. Destiny, it makes sense that you can't prove consent, but can you explain why the audio begins while you are outside before you meet the guy? Was that part of the agreement? For some people I spoke with before, they didn't want to see the phone because they were paranoid of having their faces ever recorded. Some people I spoke with before, they didn't even want to see the phone. Okay, that doesn't establish that you determined what they would allow you to do when you met them, though. They didn't want to see the phone. That doesn't mean they gave you permission to record it. And you know that that's an important technicality that you're omitting. For some people I spoke with before, they didn't want to see the phone because they were paranoid of having their faces ever recorded. Just know that you even asking me this question is incredibly fucking gross, because you are asking me for details of a sexual interaction where none of the parties are even alleging any wrongdoing. Except that's the problem, Stephen. That's not true anymore. Because Cherry's accusing you of recording her without your consent. There's no precedent. You recorded outside of the building because you couldn't dare be seen clicking on your phone when you met the person because you knew that they would not allow you to record them. Because here's what you could have done. Hey, I'm going to record this, just so you know. I'm going to put it in my pocket so they won't see your face, okay? Okay. That's what you could have done. But you recorded it before you entered the building because you could not be seen to be pressing record in sight of them once you entered the building. That's what happened. And that's why you're avoiding saying they gave me permission, because you don't want to get caught in a lie, because you're in a very bad position, friendo. You are hoping that none of these random people you met on Grindr recorded you in any capacity. Ooh. And you're famous too. A lot of them probably, some of them possibly even recognized you. I will never leak on you, Grand Viceroy Sunday. You know it will happen should you do so. Anyways.
repeatedly claims that the main purpose of the statement was about preventing me from harming other women. If that was the case, why did she contact me at all prior to releasing it? Why was her publishing this statement contingent on my response to her and how much I was willing to pay her? One of the most irritating and conspiratorial...
Well, because probably she wanted to get money without it going public, right? She wanted to punish you without it going public. Legal proceedings go public. The better question is, why were you not willing to give her money? You'd obviously wronged her. Why were you being a stickler at this point? Just give her money. Give her multiple payments of $100,000. Even if it's significantly less than she's asking for, make it worth her while. What on earth are you doing? This is so dumb. Why on earth would you risk this outcome? That is such a stupid decision. And it's too late now. There's nothing you can do. There are ways to manage it still. I think at the end of this, he will probably still be in business and will probably be mostly fine. It's going to be a long year, Steve. This is going to be a long, hard year.
Conspiratorial claims she makes against me is that I was sending material to a person intentionally hoping they would leak. This all comes from her statement.
Okay, so who cares? By the way, like, once again, you've explicitly said, we have the logs of this, you've explicitly said that you find the idea of people blackmailing you with your leaked porn like a turn on. So I don't think this is likely, but I would not bet money that is not the case. Because Destiny doesn't think women are people. To be fair to Destiny, he doesn't think anyone is people. See, we all intuitively project our internal experience onto the people around us, and Destiny doesn't have one.
I don't think I need to explain just how unbelievably baseless, callous, and malicious this point is, as I have suffered irreparable privacy and reputational harm due to all of the publicization of the leaked material.
Good.
Similarly, I find it both incredulous and ludicrous that she would imply that I was somehow attempting to intimidate her based on comments I'd been making about Hassan.
What?
I have never at any point in this process told her that she had no right to take legal action against me.
You intimidated other people around her, though. You intimidated Denims. You just threatened Queeman today. You threatened Queeman today, right here. Look, let's make it bigger in case anybody missed it. You threatened Queeman and others explicitly today. If I ever see Queeman or whoever else in real life, you'll what, Steve? Look at how fucking frail you are. Queeman would beat your ass.
Nor denied her any right to pursue whatever
It's got that ropey back alley mugger energy.
justice she felt was reasonable. On the contrary, she has been the one threatening me with going public and with suicide the entire time if I wasn't willing to pay her a massive sum of money. She also manages to twist every conversation we had in the most malicious way possible, claiming that I was downplaying my
Peaky Blinder build. That's actually exactly what it is.
actions, when in reality I was trying to talk her off a ledge from killing herself with the advice of her friend.
Queeman is someone I would fuck with in a boxing arena, never behind a building.
In addition to the misrepresentation and lies in her statement,
He'll bite your throat out.
she is also
He'd do that.
sure to link directly to any tweets involving other high-profile figures I spoke with, likely with the goal of getting others to tweet her statement at them. She also makes it explicitly clear that her goal
It's the young, hungry type, the type who will kill Julius Caesar.
is to simply inflict as much damage onto me as possible. Also, the wording of her Substack tweet heavily implies that I was also publicly posting revenge porn of her. On November 29th, the streamer Destiny accidentally shared my nudes, making me a victim of revenge porn. I'll be suing him in federal court. I'm not clicking these links. They're just like links to her quoting her Substack, basically. Negotiations begin. On January 31st, 2025, I received the first written demand from Pixie's law firm. This time, the letter was citing Florida Civil Statute 784049 for sexual cyber harassment, which requires malicious intent for publishing images. Basically, for this, it's saying that you're sending these for no legitimate purpose with the intent of causing substantial emotional distress to the depicted person. Thankfully, the demand to settle our dispute was a reasonable one, with Pixie only requesting $15 million plus legal fees in order to come to an amicable settlement. Notably, there was no request for any of this money to go to charity. As a result of this violation, my client has suffered...
So what? Note that why? Why? She doesn't need to send it to charity. Why does she need to... What is... Who cares? Who cares? Pixie is not willing to give this money to starving children in Africa. Pixie, how could you? You portray yourself as a sweet, innocent angel on stream, but deep down, you're a betentacled squid shark with machine guns in every arm.
Considerable harm, including but not limited to severe emotional anguish, damage to personal relationships, and public humiliation. The unlawful actions have disrupted my client's personal and professional life, and we are now compelled to seek monetary compensation for these damages. In light of the foregoing, we hereby demand the following. Immediate monetary compensation for the damages caused by the unauthorized disclosure of intimate images. Specifically, my client is entitled to at least $15 million in compensation for the following things. A formal written apology from you acknowledging your role in the unauthorized disclosure and the harm it caused. Immediate
I can't help but notice that one of his thumbs is not on this list.
cessation of further things, reimbursement of legal fees, failure to resolve this matter within 5 business days.
Missed opportunity, really.
All right.
Okay. So?
A phone call followed between our two law firms to discuss the absurdity of this demand. I was incredibly irritated at this point, as Pixie had already launched a maximum pressure campaign against me publicly, and I was forced to sit on my hands while these negotiations took place, since I didn't want to compromise her ability to settle things with me without having to publicly out our prior private interactions. It was also unbelievable to me that someone could so quickly go from being
Glittercraft, thanks to the $5. I discovered that my account is technically a brand account, so I don't believe I can receive gifted memberships. Mea culpa, sir. Pick another squid. Oh my god, are you serious? It was rigged. I am so sorry. James Lynch. Whoever gets James Lynch. Whoever donates a membership and gets James Lynch, okay? I will let you pick one item. I didn't know. I'm sorry. Couldn't tell. I will let you pick one item from the store. I'm so sorry to lower to the lowest possible price, okay? I will reduce it to the lowest possible price. Any cardigan you want, any mug, whatever. They're very nice, by the way. The cardigans are quite comfortable. Sold quite a few. They're very nice. I think I should be getting her Duck Nana one soon.
so suicidal over the prospect of her parents discovering the leaked material to posting a public statement against me, implicating her in all of the leaked material and exploding its popularity.
So what? What is your what's your credibility going? What's your credulity going for on the market these days, Steve? Who cares? It is unbelievable to me that someone who said they were suicidal, this went public, nonetheless took me to court anyways. I just can't believe it. I thought I was safe.
Filing a civil suit against me without even trying in good faith to reach a settlement beforehand, and publicly provoking and continuing fights with others who were also public.
This is the big consent guy, by the way. This is the big, he's really cool, he's poly, but he's all about consent, so you can trust him. That's this guy. Honest Steve, they call him.
Publicizing aspects of the leaked material. Just randomly bashing some dude's physical appearance. You look like a hard-boiled egg wearing a toupee, and you think you're qualified to...
He looks like you, Steve. He looks like you if your hair was up, Steve. Is that why that one stung a little bit? I legitimately thought that was him for a second.
Comment on someone else's looks.
Oh my god, this chick I shared porn of without her permission and destroyed her reputation. She's body shaming people on Twitter. I can't believe that she's body shaming people. Don't look at what Steven said, by the way.
And then him bringing up, obviously,
it's right there. Obviously. And that's gotta like burn a little bit, you know? Steven, you don't pass the eye test. You have to share porn of other people to convince people that you're desirable adjacently. And everybody is grossed out by the concept of people having sex with you. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt your ego, Steve. That's rough. That's rough. The fact that's a real picture, too. Oh, man. There is a God. Zach Ball, thanks to 20 US dollars. Theory, and to theory it shall go. We're at 56.
The leaked material. Sir, you flirt with one, and then her quote tweeting it and responding about it.
Okay, so who cares? Who cares?
The present. And that's where we're at now. The last few months have been an utter
That's what the present means. Thank you, Stephen. Stephen's full of facts today.
nightmare for me. It's frustrating that no one cares that QB Farms is still, to this day, hosting all of the revenge porn on their own servers.
Well, hang on. You were actually offering to... You were publicly saying you would help pay for their legal fees when they were hosting Keffel's revenge porn, Stephen. Actually, Kiwi Farms is the real villain here. Let's keep this in mind. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what? The pic is probably just really distorted if he actually looks like that. No, he actually looks like that. He actually looks like that. You need to understand this, okay? There is, a lot of work goes into the positioning of Steven's camera. Okay? A lot of work. A lot of work. This is what he wants you to think, okay? This is what he wants you to think. Where did I put you? Or did I delete it? God damn it. God damn it. Hang on. Oh. Oh, I can't even find it. Okay, I guess we're off the hook. We're not body shaming today. Damn shame.
To reiterate, the reasons it's taken me so long to make any statements about this are because, initially, I wanted to minimize publicizing both mine and other people's explicit material. Then, it was due to Pixie's claims that she would kill herself if the material ever made its way to her parents. And finally, it was done to allow Pixie to have the maximum room possible to negotiate some sort of settlement with me without me having to come out with a statement of my own that sheds more light on her character.
Keffel's revenge porn. They dug up a bunch of, I guess OnlyFans stuff that Keffels did a long time ago. Some people did and posted a bunch of it. Revenge porn is probably going too far. It was probably already in circulation. But, no, he was perfectly fine with that. He's perfectly fine with images of a whole bunch of people associated with her being up. He's perfectly fine with those people having their lives dug into. Happens to him now, though. Steven's special.
And her behavior. There's always room for improvement in my own behavior, and I've obviously
I dare say there is.
reflected
Always.
on and changed the way I've engaged with people in this space over the past couple of years. This entire ordeal involves a video recorded 5 years ago and sent 3 years ago.
He was basically a baby, guys. Go easy on him. He was a child.
In April of 2022.
It was sent 3 years ago. When you were in your 30s, Stephen.
Irritating that my prioritizing
By the way, you wouldn't be able to get away with this if you were in your early 20s. If you were 19.
Pixie's well-being at every stage of this after the leaks has
Who
resulted
sent it, Stephen? Who sent it? The Vo, thanks for the 10 pounds. Drama is usually a sordid kind of content, but when it results in people like this, they get on their high horse over everything and everyone, getting their just desserts, it is somehow redeemed. Ask not for whom the bell tolls, I suppose. Fake Alec Kyle Parker, thanks for the $5. Sup, Lucy Jose told me about you, and I think your content is pretty goo. Keep it up. It is pretty goo. There's much goo here.
in me being maligned so heavily, but alas, I don't look forward to the next 12
Devil's apparently faked the fart. You mean she lied to me? I paid good money and that was fake? Unbelievable. Oh. You can't trust anyone these days.
18 months of this drip feeding onto my content. Maybe we'll spend it trying to beat Elon into space.
Oh man, this man sucks so much. Ugh. Oh, I'm not even going to explain the last one, okay? I'm just not. I'm just not. Oh my god. What is this? Oh, he's deleting shit. Fake Alec Parker, thanks for the $5. Just to be clear, I did not forget the D in good. I say goo instead of good. Very goo, sir. What is this? So this appears to be... some kind of screen recording. What is this? This is a screen recording that was posted to Queeman's Discord. On stream, instead of just saying he doesn't want to be on stream anymore, y'all are still friends, right? Kate Lizzie. Did someone harass him from the community? I went to look at his Instagram. It's still there, but no profile pic. There was a super chat asking for Dan to come on stream, and I noticed that whenever someone asks about Dan, you don't answer it. Yeah, that's what you told me. Oh, there's a bunch of DMs. He's deleting DMs to everybody. By the way, Destiny, just a word to the wise. If Discord is subpoenaed, they have all that information still there. It's all still there. All of it can be dug up. There is no such thing as... Just so you know, dear children, when you delete messages on Discord, they're all still there. They are all still there forever. God, the things that will come out of Discovery. I don't know if we're ready. What is this? Last thing, do you actually think Melina will seriously suffer financially? The way she was insinuating, denying, waffling between the two. Isn't her streaming going pretty well along with fans and sponsors? That looks like he's talking about the threat he made against Melina, where if she comes forward about anything against him, he has dirt on her and it'll hurt her financially, I suppose. What is going on with all these women in your life? That is a great question, Kate. So he's just going around deleting all of his DMs with people to get ahead of people leaking, I suppose? I don't know. Yeah, okay. So, just to be clear, once again, when Destiny says shit like, well, of course Wicked Supreme turned on me. He's mad because I was dating Pixie at some point. And he feels cucked, right? Oh, what are you talking? Lav is just mad because I had a bunch of really amazing sex with her. Just one minute. This is him currently, okay? Yeah, I was super wrong there. ChudLogic actually messaged me and gave me irrefutable evidence that he wasn't just grooming that person, he was trying to rape them plus his own children at the same time, but he was begging me to sweeping for him, so I can't even fucking spell sweep. He's so stupid. Here's the thing. Obviously it's a joke, but at the same time, it's like, okay, so now we shouldn't take anything you say seriously. Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Steve. Melina should go after Destiny. Melina, okay, look. I'm going to pull up my video, okay? This is actually kind of important. People need to understand this. There's a reason why certain women are being quiet about Destiny, okay? Her and logs that... So, look. This is from my video. Would seriously harm Melina's reputation if they were revealed. Whereas, since his reputation around relationships was already so low, he would be effectively immune to the consequences. I'm sorry, Cal. This is one of the reasons why I was really mad at Nick Oreo. Okay? Because Nick Oreo and Turkey Tom went out of their way in their call with ChudLogic to say, Melina's not trustworthy. That's Turkey Tom. And then Oreo went, well, actually, I looked at the context and I found out that actually Melina was talking probably about the Leafy issue when she was saying there was no consent with any of this, referring to stuff recently that Willie Mack, of course, in his conversation with Destiny confirmed he knew was referring to the leaks. He just didn't believe Melina. Okay? This is why Melina is not coming forward, and this is why misdirecting it is actually putting up barriers to victims of Steven actually coming forward, because Melina was one of the main victims of the revenge porn leaks. She's in a few of them, and she's not talking very explicitly about them. She actually came out in a rather bold move and said, just people are asking, none of this was consensual. Nick Oreo went out of his way to go, well, I don't think she's talking about Destiny, when he had background information that specifically informed him that no, this is almost certainly talking about Destiny. I think this is talking about the Leafy stuff from 2 years ago. She needs to come out and say something more explicit. Here's why she can't.
Why do you think that she isn't going to leak or talk shit? Melina will not leak or talk shit about any of this because she knows that everything about this makes her look like a f***ing satanic demon. She knows that. She's threatened it a million times, like, I'm going to start leaking everything. Oh, yeah, let's go. Okay, if you really want to, holy f***, because my reputation is already zero in regards to our relationship. Everybody thinks I'm a horrible piece of shit. We want to start leaking shit, we can do it.
Fast forward. That's why. Melina has been directly threatened by Steven. Steven probably has stuff on her. Steven probably has stuff on her that's not even stuff on her, but that can be framed badly, right? So, this is how this works. People like Steven, because Steven's just a guy, and the reason why I keep bringing up these people, Nick Oreo, Turkey Tom, the people who went out of their way to cover for Steven, to hide what he did. The reason why I bring this up is because Steven is just one guy. This is very common. This is actually very mild. This is very mild compared to what a lot of these people get up to. Okay? And that sweeping behavior is not just being used for Steven. There are a lot of people that these people would cover for if it wasn't Steve. I would not be surprised if they already are covering for him. Who knows? I don't pay that much attention to them. All I know is the one clear example, which was very obvious, very difficult to defend, they instinctively defended Stephen on. So this is something to keep in mind. When all of this blows over, and it will at some point, this kind of thing is repeated all over the place. This is not unique to Stephen. Stephen's just one person. There are more and there are worse. So, I don't know what the solution is, besides we need to start getting standards, which is not a solution because people never will. But yeah. So, that's our coverage of Stephen today. How you guys handling the Nazi takeover of the USA? Well, I'm in a state called Canada that isn't being directly affected yet, so all right so far. King Crow, thanks for the 777. Benel strikes me as Milo Yiannopoulos type that keeps receipts of everything anyone who's ever spoken to him has ever said or done with or to him. Seems to be, unless that receipt is inconvenient, in which case he'll be very quiet. I think we should do some Philosophy Tube. I see people wanting us to do Philosophy Tube. We're 56 away from theory. I'm going to go grab some tea. And then I'm going to come back, probably coffee actually. I'm going to grab some coffee. Going to come back, we're going to do a freebie. Going to go over some Philosophy Tube, okay? Some bad Philosophy Tube. She's terrible. She's terrible. Terrible philosopher. We're going to rant about her for a little bit. We're going to cover the H3 stuff. That's probably going to be the next couple of days. I have to get an essay done tonight. And I'm going to raid into Brooks after this. We've decided we're going to do Fundamental Discord tomorrow. That's my show with Brooks. We have a bit more preparation to do. And that'll be that. I'll be right back. And before I go for a couple minutes to grab my coffee so we can continue. Thanks, Steve. All right, I am back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with 100 viewers gone. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Shameful, even. No. I'm gonna come clean a little bit, guys. I loathe Philosophy Tube. I loathe Philosophy Tube like few other creators on this platform. There's a particular reason for this. One, she caught the name Philosophy Tube for herself, and then proceeded to make incredibly shitty, misleading, poorly informed, frequently ghost-written, non-philosophy videos that don't inform people of what philosophers wrote or give people a reason to be interested in them, but instead give people a reason to be not interested in philosophy. We covered her Nietzsche video, Was Nietzsche Woke?, which was a joke. It's like, oh, it's stupid to call Nietzsche woke, but in the process of which he was going through a shoddy assortment of sources, most of which were pulled from a single essay compendium and referenced not in terms of what any of the essays actually argued, but little biographical details were pulled from the different essays by people like Wendy Brown and whatnot, as if she was quoting from Wikipedia, but because she's doing that, it looks like it's a little bit more respectable. It's actually a little bit worse. slandered the guy as being anti-Semitic. He was not. On the basis of an additional book, which has been heavily criticized for casting aspersions on Nietzsche on little to no evidence. She's very bad. She's someone who's producing a product at the expense of philosophy. She's not just doing bad philosophy, she is actually directly misrepresenting philosophy without doing any research. Any research at all. She produces barely any videos per year. Maybe once every 2 months. And they're very bad, but she gets a lot of clicks, and there's a reason for this. Because of aesthetics. A good part of any of her videos these days is her putting makeup on. Why? Because she gets to preen as being a wealthy socialite. She went from endorsing people who beat up strangers at Berkeley University to, hey, shut up about my bad acting on Reddit. You're screwing up my vibe as I work for Disney and HBO. She's a pseudo-intellectual fraud. And a classist midwit twit. And I don't like her. I don't like her at all. Her videos are very bad. Very, very, very bad. With the exception of the trans healthcare ones. But largely because those are not philosophy related. I did not invent the term midwit, Jonathan. You are welcome to use that. Maybe my audience doesn't go outside very much. Let's see. What have we got here? How police make up the law featuring legal eagle. That's not philosophy. It's not going to be philosophy. Ancient therapy for modern problems. Stoic philosophy explained. That's going to be terrible. The hidden rules of modern society. Did we do this one? Did we do this one? I know her social contract one was terrible. Did that one disappear? Is that this one? Did she change it? Did she change the name and the title? Jordan Peterson's ideology. Let's do that one. That's kind of a good litmus test, actually. Do they think Jordan Peterson is a bad philosopher, but kind of a good psychiatrist or psychologist who sort of gets stuff? Let's do this. Please bring Rasputin on. Does Rasputin want to come on? This video is sponsored by CuriosityStream. My sisters will be donated to Sisters Uncut. Well, isn't that nice?
Hello.
Hi.
And welcome to Philosophy Tube.
Aw.
Tonight's performance is about ideology. What is it, and where does it come from? As a case study, I'm going to be looking at the work of Jordan Peterson, but before the show begins, I'd like to say that at no point am I going to insult him, call him a bigot, speculate about his private life, or crack low-hanging jokes about lobsters. My show is about having fun and staying open to new ideas. And although Peterson and I would disagree
She's louder than me? Well, we can't have women be louder than me.
on a number of very important things, I'm sure, I'd like to start off in the right spirit by saying that his new book, Beyond Order, is genuinely pretty good.
No, it's not. It's actually exceptionally bad, even worse than the first one. It is exceptionally bad. As in, he has suffered serious, obvious mental decline since the publication of the first book. It is terrible. In fact, it is so bad, I'm not even going to stop talking about the contents, okay? One moment, please. No. I hold before you the 2 tablets of Jordan Peterson, okay? This one was published first in, I think, 2008? Am I mistaken? When was this published? That was 2008. It was much later than 2008. 2018? 2017. 2018. 2008. I must be tired. 12 Rules for Life, An Antidote to Chaos. 2018. This one, I want to say 2020? 2019? 2020? 2021? 2021. I can count. 2021. All right. Without even talking about the contents. Okay? Let's look at what this bad boy's made of. White paper binding. Nothing to write home about in terms of the actual cover material. However, as you can see by those wonderful arcs, if it ever focuses, damn you, those wonderful arcs by the headband here. Come on. You can do it. Who likes that one better? As you can tell by the signatures, those little loops where the pages meet the spine, this is a sewn binding. The paper is almost a slight cream color and it is nice and thick. This is a well-produced volume. If you got the first edition in hardcover, it is actually a quite gorgeous book in construction. Certainly in terms of its cost, which was something like $20. It was not cheap, okay? Years pass. And even before, the economic consequences of COVID-19 have come to fruition. Beyond Order releases. It is not so nice. When I remove the jacket, there's an interesting compromise here. Whereas the original 12 Rules for Life was paper and paper, this appears to be paper, and I think that could be cloth. I think it's cloth. It's either cloth or it's heavy embossed paper. But the spine looks, at first glance, a little more posh. Alas, it ends there. These pages, you can see, just from the fact that how flat it is, these pages are glued. These are not sewn anymore. These pages are glued. Glued! On a hardcover. If you have a choice between a glued or a sewn binding, the answer is you always want a sewn binding, regardless of the cover material. If, however, you have a hardcover, you only want sewn. If you have a glued binding, you always want a softback. Why? Well, this is Anti-Oedipus, published by Penguin. It is glued. The paper that it is bound in is soft, which means if I open it all the way and even bend it back, the spine will not break. The pages will not separate, okay? This is not so with a hardcover, because the rigidity of the material puts the tension on the end of the page where the pages meet, which means if I open this flat, there's a very good chance that glue will crack. And unlike with a sewn binding, which may also be glued for stability, it will not hold together afterwards indefinitely. It'll just fall apart. Pages will just fall right out. Beyond Order is a terribly, terribly constructed book. In addition to this, Whereas 12 Rules for Life had these wonderful illustrations made specifically for it. And they are fantastic illustrations, okay? Whatever you think about the book's contents, they are well made. They're characteristic. And they adequately represent the subject matter of the chapters. They're actually very, very well done. Gives it all a specific theme and feel, right? Beyond Order has a different, strange theme. I should also mention as well, paper quality, much thinner. Almost translucent. Lost that cream color. The pages are thinner, cheaper, and coarser. Almost like construction paper. Not quite that bad, but, you know, getting there. It's illustrations. Or like this. I'm not going to talk about the quality of the illustrations themselves. They're kind of like a collage type thing. It seems to involve actual photographs that sort of connected together. But the resolution is terrible. The resolution is absolutely awful. It doesn't look like the first book. There seems to be discontinuity, and the print is low quality. Find one where it's more clear. Here's one, look. The Fool. There's sort of a tarot card theme going on here. Because he's all about archetypes, because he's a simpleton. The resolution is horrible. These are horribly made. This is a horribly made book. 12 Rules for Life. I can't speak of the paperback. This was an elegantly put together book. No way around it. Contents are garbage, but elegantly put together. The contents of this are more garbage. It is cheaper. It is uglier. And it's significantly less cohesive. Terrible, terrible book. But I digress. Let me put this back into the closet of shame. Also, terrible tarot cards. Why not use something like from the Rider-Waite or from the Thoth deck? Like, those are evocative and gorgeous and iconic. Thoth deck is my personal favorite. That's the one by Crowley. It is sublime. Those illustrations are, so nice. I'm a casual collector of tarot decks. Nobody knows this about me. But anyways, Philosophy Tube starts off on a strong start. That's redundant. Philosophy Tube starts off on a strong note. Jordan Peterson's new book is pretty okay. Pretty good.
There's a small chance that Peterson himself is in the audience tonight, in which case, welcome to the show.
Please, pay attention to me, Daddy. Maybe we can have a conversation. Maybe we can have a friendly conversation. Maybe I can become as famous as you. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
In the event of a fire, please refrain from shouting fire in the crowded auditorium, but instead make your way calmly to the exits, which are located on the far left. And please remember, there is no smoking allowed in the theater.
This was not created by Abigail Thorne, by the way. She has a crew and a set designer and writers and whatnot. Is she trying to signify that she's available to him? I don't know. But this is just an incredibly narcissistic production that is not going to disappoint us, I'm sure. Starting off on a 6-minute-long section on phenomenology, anti-fire hysteria, structuralism for a solid 3 minutes. Meaning doesn't even get a full minute. The royal family for some reason. Objective truth gets about 2 minutes. Self-help gets about 3 minutes. Emotion gets 3 minutes. Hate, not an emotion for some reason, gets 3 minutes. And then curiosity stream at the end. I don't know.
Jordan Peterson is a Canadian clinical psychologist and public intellectual, author of 12 Rules for Life, the 2018 smash hit that made him a household name. The subtitle for 12 Rules was...
No, that's not true. The household name was because of the spectacle around Bill C-31, which he slandered to shit and characterized it as, you will go to jail if you don't use people's neopronouns in public. What it actually was protections for people who are harassed by coworkers. Your boss insists on calling you she instead of he, or he instead of she, etc., etc. And in a professional environment, that's not acceptable. People should not be able to be attacked on the basis of their identity while they're at work. And so that's a thing that you could be taken to court for, which I think is perfectly valid. That's not coerced speech. You're in a work environment. It's just like you can't start calling your Muslim coworkers things associated with hats and beach material, right? Like you wouldn't do that. That wouldn't be acceptable. Same deal. No, compelled speech was his big thing. Yes, but he misrepresented the nature of the law. Because the law was not compelling people in a general public setting to use people's pronouns in general. This was specifically to do with if you were, for example, in a workplace environment, which is different. There are professional obligations when you're working, right? No, not saying pronouns. That's different. I was there. Don't worry. I was a big Jordan Peterson fan at the time. I was. When I bought my copy of 12 Rules for Life, that was not ironic. I was a right-winger when I started my channel. Like, monarchist, okay? I'm telling you, he was wrong. Which why Jordan B. Peterson is an idiot? Because I was an idiot. Am I serious? I am very serious. The last 5 years have been a journey for me. Okay, you have no idea the whiplash. Look at my earliest content. I came out of Christian apologetics. That was the area that I was most involved in. Why'd you switch over? Self-education conversations, just grew as a person, which is very painful, by the way, not very fun. Were you right-wing when you bought the Jordan Peterson book? I was on my way out. I was deep on my way out by that point. I don't think I'd even started the channel then. That was in 2018. I think I started my channel in 2019. I was starting to turn about mid-2019. My first video that I published was shared. I got my first boost in viewership because it was shared by the distributist. That's a neo-reaction guy who was sort of in friendly convos with Sargon of Akkad back then.
An antidote to chaos. And in the marketing and the hype and even the foreword to the book, it was billed as a way of achieving objectivity. The pitch was that society has become too relativist and nihilist, and it's all the fault of these postmodern neo-Marxists. We've lost our values, but here comes Jordan Peterson, and he's going to sort it all out. Now, as a pitch, that's quite philosophically muddled. And 12 Rules was criticized for failing to achieve the objectivity it was striving for, and for making a number of leaps of logic that favored...
That makes no sense.
Right.
Objectivity is when men are subjective. That doesn't even make sense grammatically. You mean objectivity is when men are listened to? Or when men are allowed to be subjective? Or when men's subjective judgments are elevated? Because that just doesn't make sense.
Political positions. However, things have changed a bit since 2018. Peterson has been on a nightmare odyssey through the medical system, and he's been catapulted into the limelight as a public figure. Neither of those are easy things to do. believe me. And now his new book, Beyond Order, contains a subtle but very important philosophical shift. Peterson is now doing a very interesting kind of philosophy called
He's not, by the way.
phenomenology.
No, he's not.
Phenomenology is famously very simple. To understand it, let's read a passage from philosopher Edmund Husserl. Immediate seeing, sehen, not merely the sensory seeing of experience,
She hasn't read Husserl.
but seeing in general as primordial data consciousness of any kind whatsoever, is the ultimate source of justification for all rational statements. It has this right-conferring function only because
Phenomenology is a study of structures of consciousness as experienced from the first-person point of view. You pretentious twit.
and insofar as its object-giving is primordial. This world is not there for me as a mere world. Okay.
Yeah, it's like, oh, she doesn't care. She doesn't care. Phenomenology is for weirdos, guys. You don't care about that. You're here to watch me preen in my bird costume.
Hey? Let's do an example. Phenomenology is all about focusing on what you experience. So check this out.
Why not just... I mean, it's not, by the way, it's not just what you experience. It is not just what you experience. It's not what you experience. It's the makeup of consciousness as experienced, not just what you experienced. Oh my god.
So just go for a little walk around me, and you at home, keep your eyes on the couch, okay?
What you just experienced, dear children, is a phenomenology.
That's what she's going to go with.
Now then, what did you just experience?
A headache.
Did you, at any point, see the entire couch? No, you didn't. You can only ever see one side of it at a time. And yet, in your mind's eye, you weren't going, there is one side of a couch, there is another side of a couch. In your mind's eye, you experience it as one complete thing. And more than that, you experience...
There is no mind's eye. What? No, I have a concept of a couch. I may tell myself I've seen the whole couch. Doesn't mean my mind's eye has seen a whole couch. What? I've scanned it. I've got a 3D model of the couch now in my brain, which I can rotate at will. What?
Experience it as being for something. It's a couch for sitting on. It looks comfy or ugly or whatever. Maybe it reminds you of a similar couch that you've seen. Maybe you'd like a couch like this one. Maybe you'd like to do something on a couch like this one. So your experience of it brings in bits of the past and bits of the future and
Smithblatt, thanks for the $10. This was the video that made me unsubscribe from Abby Theory. I don't blame you.
desires and values. This is a very different way of looking at the world than a scientist or a computer might. Peterson actually gives a...
It actually sounds like you described how a computer might look at the world. That's wrong. Wait, that's wrong. What do you mean how a computer might? What?
Great example. Imagine you get an envelope with some important news in it. Scientifically, objectively, the envelope is a rectangle of paper and it has ink molecules printed on it, but that's not how you experience it. This envelope contains your past, your future, your test results, maybe the rest of your life. You experience it not just as an object, but as something with values and meaning. I can see that you're still a little bit shaky on this. It is a bit weird, so let's do something really cool and apply it to people. In fact, let's apply it to me. For those who didn't realize already, I am a transgender woman, and when I first started transitioning, I would go out into the world dressed how I...
How does she think computers... I think she thinks computers just are like humans but dumber, and she thinks that humans have three-dimensional copies of objects in their brains. like a pre-Aristotelian philosophy of mind. Well done.
I like to be dressed. And some people would see me and they would think,
Big Bird. I see you and I think Big Bird. Which means the person holding the camera is probably Snuffleupagus.
well, that's a man, but by the way that they are
No, that's a bird.
dressed and their mannerisms, they are indicating to me that they would like to be treated as a woman. And if they were very polite, they would go, "Hello, miss."
Please, chat, post in the comments how I couldn't tell. Oh my god, you're so stunning. You totally weren't baiting for that response at all.
"How can I help you?" And if they were very rude, they'd say something else. But after
No, this is Patrick.
a while, something interesting started to happen. People didn't have that initial experience and then have to think about it. They just started recognizing me as a woman. Something in their brains, or maybe in me, flipped.
Money. Money. You had a lot of money to pay for makeup, pay for clothes, pay for voice training, and so on and so forth. And power to you, which you then flaunted, less power to you, in front of a whole bunch of people in your audience who can't afford these things, thus cementing once and for all that liberal inclusion is entirely about class. Rixai, thanks for the $5 US. One of the reasons I've enjoyed your channel has been the journey, if not the wide variety of theory content. Well, thank you. I apologize for the first couple of hours of this stream.
And they just started going, "Hello, miss. How can I help
That has theory in the name. That means that goes to theory. Well done. Slippery devil.
you?" This is similar to, but not the same thing as, passing. Passing is when a cis person doesn't realize that you're trans. I'm not talking about that. Because I have trans friends who I know are trans. They don't pass to me. And yet, I just experience them as the gender they are. If you've never known a trans person, it might be hard to get your head around, but I have an old friend who's a trans woman, and a while ago she asked me, "Have I ever done anything in front of you that you thought made me look like a man?" And I said, "No, you kind of can't, because my brain has flipped now. If you do something stereotypically masculine, like burp or fart or scratch your ass, I don't see that as, oh, there's a man. I experience it as a woman doing something stereotypically masculine, and therefore it's funny to me." Husserl talked about immediate seeing. Edith Stein talked about an experience being primary.
He thinks phenomenology is when you're conditioned. Oh my god. That's not phenomenology, Abigail. She's got a minute left. A minute left to bring this together.
Primordially given, but the bottom line is I just experience you as female. And this opens up all sorts of questions like, do people recognize me as a woman because I am one, or did I become one when they started recognizing me as such?
That's not phenomenology.
Is gender something in you, or is it a relation between you and other people?
That's not phenomenology.
If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's around to hear it, what are its pronouns? Answers on a postcard, please. The bottom line for us and Peterson is, we experience the world not as a collection of facts and observations, but a collection of values and meanings. We are always, in Peterson's language, telling ourselves a story. And if you're very clever, you'll already have spotted, oh, that's why he does all the self-help stuff. Peterson's always...
What is it? Phenomenology has to do with the structures that actually comprise your experience. It is It is not just, oh, I had a different opinion about this thing, and therefore I experienced it as someone else. That's something that you could probably touch on a little bit. Like, that definitely can be related to phenomenology. But, like, a better example would be, like, the development of a sense of self and, like, otherness or something like that. Like the kind of thing that you would lead with if you were writing a book called The Phenomenology of Spirit, maybe. Something like that. This is like, oh, I read Husserl, and from this I determined that Jordan Peterson was probably saying something sort of true when he said that we tell ourselves a story.
Always talking about being mindful of what you pay attention to, what story.
What I'm fucking furious at is that Peterson is absolutely not doing phenomenology, but also what she's doing here is not phenomenology. We were watching Onion of shit. Well, it's worse than that. What she's actually doing is telling her audience, hey, Jordan Peterson, after I've made a bunch of videos misrepresenting philosophy to you, Jordan Peterson's actually done some good philosophy, guys. You should go buy his new book. It's a sales pitch. She is selling Jordan Peterson's book. And there's a reason for this. Why? Let's go back to Destiny content for a second. Why does Destiny, who is a sociopathic atheist who doesn't care about anybody or anything, why does he bother to read C.S. Lewis on stream? So we can get into Lauren Southern's shorts. Okay. Why does someone like Abigail Thorne go onto a video and say, Jordan Peterson's new book is actually pretty cool, guys? Well, because if you're a conservative, or if you're a conservative Christian, or if you're somebody who's otherwise like super into Jordan Peterson's books and you have a victim complex and you think the entire world is just this big liberal conspiracy closing in on you to squeeze you out of existence, that excites you. Oh my God, she gets it. Maybe she can understand. Maybe there's an avenue there. And that can create a massive amount of interest in a very, very lucrative population to grift off of. That's why. These people aren't stupid. This is a business. She's glazing Jordan Peterson right now to get attention and to get money from a very, very large audience. In the exact same way that someone like ContraPoints is going to go on screen and say, look, I think you all need to be a little less mean to J.K. Rowling, okay? Why? Because J.K. Rowling sells millions of books and movies and TV shows, okay? And toys and candies and cards and whatnot. Socks and mugs, action figures, Lego. And Judith Butler doesn't. So you're gonna suck up to the transphobe billionaire instead of to oppressed kids in college who can't get HRT. Because one of those communities has money to pay and one of them doesn't. What have you got against sociopathic atheists? Well, besides the sociopathic part, nothing, except they tend not to care about God or whatnot. So it speaks to a conflict of interest if all of a sudden you're reading C.S. Lewis on stream. It's all seriousness.
Are you telling yourself? And phenomenology is a great base on which to build that. Because in theory, if you change the story you tell yourself...
Contra did not say that. Contra went on a big thing. It's been a little while since we covered it. Contra went on a big thing, essentially criticizing people who were criticizing rich people for flouting COVID quarantine rules and attempting to grease up J.K. Rowling. So that's a thing. It's been a little while. But can J.K. Rowling sell a cardigan? I imagine that J.K. Rowling has sold many cardigans, actually.
Change the meanings
Oh, is it that witch hunt video? It might have been. It's been a long time.
you see in the world, then you can change the world. This week is the 1-month anniversary of the Lewisham arson attack. 1 month since an unknown arsonist savagely took the lives of 5 people and a homeless man. And now another building has burned down in Hackney. It's terrifying. And almost as bad as the fires themselves is the anti-fire hysteria that has been conjured up in the minds of the woke left cancel mob. I think wokeness has gone absolutely mad in this country.
You're getting the pink cardigan for your birthday. I'll send you a photo after I get it. Amazing. Ah. That'll be interesting. I own one of those, actually. It's not my color. Giving it to a friend.
My brother is a smoker. He's always coming home smelling of smoke. And he has
But
to
the quality's pretty decent. Let me know how it fits.
stand outside to smoke a cigarette because you can't even smoke indoors anymore. It's anti-fire wokeness gone mad. And I'm not a bigot. I'm not. My niece is a transgender. And I think that that is fine. She's in the fire department, and with this ongoing arson crisis, we have to support our emergency services heroes more than ever. Personally, I think her decision to join the fire department might have had something to do with her marriage falling apart, but I support her right to choose. Or his right to choose. It's so confusing. Biologically, he is still a she, because she can still get pregnant. And objectively, that's been the job of women since Victorian times. So I sent her a message for International Women's Day, and she gave me this big lecture.
We're like a third into the video, and she's said nothing so far. Nothing, except Jordan Peterson's book is good.
And I said, darling, if you're really a man, then what you're doing is mansplaining. She said I shouldn't even speak to my brother. She said he's the arsonist because he's always smelling of smoke and he's always going into people's houses with large...
Like, by the way, we're just leaving phenomenology behind. Phenomenology is just about how you label objects, okay? And now we're into structuralism. We've just abandoned it, and we're
large barrels of petrol. And I said, darling, that's cancel culture. He's a traveling petrol salesman. Of course he's going into people's houses. What kind of a world are we living in where a hard-working, upstanding, handsome man...
Brooks, are you going live yet? Can you schedule a stream already? I want to be able to raid you after this.
gets accused of something nefarious just because he is always going into people's houses with large barrels of flammable liquid during an ongoing arson crisis.
You can really tell she tried to work for Disney after this. She's really acting like them.
Okay, we understand the bones of Jordan Peterson. We experience the world not as a collection of facts, but a collection of values and meanings.
What?
Now let's build out
You're just accepting that?
the muscles of Jordan Peterson and talk about structuralism.
That is not... no. No.
Structuralism is famously very simple. To understand it, let's read a passage from philosopher Roland Barthes. A signified can have several signifiers. This is indeed the case in linguistics and psychology.
You could just explain what Barthes is saying. You could just explain what Barthes is saying. You don't need to, like, pretend like, hey, don't read this shit, guys. This is really hard. This is not for cool people. I read this, so I can just explain it to you. It's okay. Why are you why? This isn't smart. These people wrote specifically because this material is very complicated. Why? Well, because it targets the structures that relate directly to the kinds of things that make your understandings of concepts intuitive or work. Why are you discouraging people from reading philosophy? Your philosophy tube. That's your name. This is actually just anti-philosophy. It's actually just telling people, oh, it's hard, don't bother. Don't bother, go watch TV.
Analysis, it is also the case in the mythical concept. It has at its disposal an unlimited mass of signifiers. I can find 1,000. Okay. Well, I'll give you the easy version. Structural.
How about you don't? You're talking about Jordan Peterson. How about talk about where people can go for better resources on how to get introduced to this stuff? What do you mean you'll give us the easy version? There isn't an easy version. That doesn't exist. That's the point. If there was an easy version, everyone would do it.
Structuralism started out looking at texts and saying, hey, don't these seem to fit into patterns? Like
What?
I'll give you the easy version. Structuralism started out looking at texts and saying, hey, don't these seem to fit into patterns? Like Joseph Campbell's Hero with 1,000 Faces. Supposedly there are these proto-myths.
No. Your referent for structuralism is Joseph Campbell. What even was he? He was like a mythologist, wasn't he? Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The monomyth is not structuralism. Abigail? Also, by the way, the hardcovers of Joseph Campbell's works are criminally well made, considering how many good books don't have good construction. They're gorgeously produced, and I hate it. I hate it so much. But what?
Myths that keep coming up in our stories again and again. Peterson's always talking about this stuff. He's always analyzing Disney or Harry Potter and saying, oh, hey, you know, this symbol...
And forgetting basic details about them, by the way.
Actually a very old thing from ancient whatever, and if you learn these maps of meaning that structure your experience, then you can start taking control of your life. In order to understand the meaning of the text, we have to look at other texts. By the way, text here can mean a literal text like a book, but it can also be a play, a film, a comic, this video, an interpretive dance, basically anything that can carry meaning. So then the structuralists were like, well, what if, as well as looking at the other texts, we also looked at the broader ideas that are hanging around in the culture? Like, for instance, there's this bit in the Bible where Jesus says, render unto Caesar.
Okay. Abigail, you got less than a minute. You got less than a minute, okay? This is what you can do in 1 minute. Actually represents something Barth said, or Saussure, or Derrida. Derrida? How do you pronounce his name? Derrida? Oh, not French. Lacan count? I think Lacan counts. Anyone, just mention them and explain one thing correctly. You got less than a minute.
what is Caesar's and render unto God what is God's. And if we want to understand the meaning of that, then we should probably read the rest of the Bible, yeah. But also, what was the Roman occupation of Judea like?
That's not structuralism.
What did Caesar really mean to those people back then? Could be good to know. Let's take another example. There are some recent adverts on the London Underground recruiting for the Metropolitan Police, and a lot of them show an officer of colour in uniform smiling. Now, on its own, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But the fact that the Met is about 90% white, and the fact that there are ongoing demonstrations in this country against police racism and brutality maybe tells us something about what they are trying to
I guess this would be post-structuralists. Structuralism would be more like Durkheim. Saussure would be right, but Durkheim and whatnot. Barth and Lacan would be criticizing them. But like, I'm sorry, like explain something. Yeah, Derrida would be a post-structuralist. I'm tired, okay? It's been a long night. But like, you could get a representation of structuralism out of Derrida or out of Foucault. This is just, oh my god.
communicate. The real meaning of the text, or at least one possible meaning of it, is given by something that is not present in the text itself. Basically, meaning is like jazz. It's about the notes you don't play. Like I said, this should all be familiar to Jordan Peterson fans. But if the structuralists said the meaning is about the notes you don't play, the post-structuralists said, well, which notes exactly did you not play? And why didn't you play them? If we're talking about the broader ideas that are hanging around in the culture, why are those ideas the ones that are hanging around? What hidden assumptions is the text making? Where do they come from? And whom do they serve? What are you not saying? I love the royal family. I remember when Wills and Kate got married. Oh, it was so romantic. Everybody was just so happy for them. It was a real coming together moment for the nation. Or almost everybody was happy for them. There were a few killjoys. It seems like there's more and more of them around these days. In the latest one of these awful arson attacks, one of the Union Jack flags outside Buckingham Palace was singed slightly by the sparks that came off the orphanage as it was burning. And I saw some heartless people on Twitter who just didn't care about the flag. And I thought, how can you be so cruel? My brother told me that the fire department wanted to put out the flag, but they were afraid of being called racist. He just happened to be walking past the fire as it was starting. Extraordinary coincidence, I suppose. It's the Queen I feel sorry for. It must have been terribly frightening for her. She's been such a class act, really keeping the nation together. And that's what
This is filler? I think so. It's like, what's the point to this? Okay, screw it. I'm skipping this. I don't need to see Archer's mother. With these weird intermissions.
Alrighty then. So we've got the structuralists who say that meaning is about the notes you don't play, and we've got the post-structuralists who ask, why didn't you play those notes? What Peterson does is he cuts right in the middle there and he says, it's biology. Check this out. If I say, I think that female politician is being overbearing and aggressive in a way that women shouldn't be, then that sounds subjective. Somebody might come back to me and say, well, first of all, I disagree, and second of all, why do you think women shouldn't be aggressive? Where did you get that assumption? Whom does it serve? But if I say, I think that female politician is acting out the Jungian archetype of the devouring mother, which is present in the evolved collective unconscious of humanity, and that sounds objective, doesn't it?
No, you started it off with I think.
Jordan Peterson did say that, about former Ontario Premier Kathleen Wynne, and people criticised him for being sexist. And he said, "How dare you? I'm not being sexist. I'm just reporting the facts. You are trying to silence objective truth." There's this weird tension in Peterson's work because he's trying to have his cake and eat it. The core of it is subjective phenomenological experience, and then he builds out to a kind of structuralism where he says the world is interpreted through stories
It's not structuralism.
that get their meaning from outside the text.
That's not structure. Oh my god, read a general course in linguistics, I fucking beg you.
But then he just stops. He seems
There's 300
so
pages, you could do
incurious
it in less
about
than a month.
Who gets to tell stories? Whose meanings are allowed to stick and whose are not? And it's maddening, because the ideas he's discussing are really interesting, but it's like he refuses to read any philosophy written after 1967. Peterson
As opposed to you, refuses to read any philosophy ever.
has said in the past that post-structuralist philosophers like Jacques Derrida were trying to get rid of the idea of objective truth. They're questioning the idea that a text can have
Sorry, course in general linguistics, not general course in linguistics. I'm like falling asleep here, guys.
objective meaning. It's
This is
big
like physical pain. You don't understand. I am in pain right now.
threat to Western civilization. And some philosophers do question the idea of objective truth. But I think that when people hear that, they go, because what they hear is questioning the idea that I can be right.
That's exactly what they're doing, though, Abigail.
Questioning the idea that I can win the debate. Fortunately, on this channel, we don't care about being right.
Evidently.
Every episode of Philosophy Tube is wrong. In fact, I refuse to be correct.
Yes, you do.
The goal is to be wrong in interesting ways. When philosophers say
Oh, well, then you failed, because you're being wrong in very, very boring ways.
they are questioning the idea of objective truth, what they mean is there are always some notes that are not being played. And we can get curious about why. Knowledge is always known by some person, and
What is this? What is this citation? Affective solidarity, feminist reflexivity, and political transformation in feminist theory. Why are you citing that there? What's the point? How does this...
people have their flaws, their blind spots, their financial incentives, their jockeying for position. So what gets called knowledge, and who gets to be seen as a knowledgeable expert, has a kind of social dimension to it. If you wanted to be very inflammatory and provocative, you could say, well, you're
No,
denying...
there's a social dimension in the concept of knowledge, because verification has to do with there being other agents in the world who can have information that contradicts yours. Like, is she a swan? I think she's more of a goose.
that there's objective truth, or are you saying there are things that I can't know because I'm white, or whatever? You could spin it that way, but only at the risk of looking like you haven't done the reading.
Okay, what are her citations here? Oh my god. Oh, you drag Sarah Ahmed into this. Sarah Ahmed, by the way, does phenomenology a little bit. There is Jacques Derrida. A short essay called Racism's Last Word. A lot of Jordan Peterson. The Jordan Peterson podcast. Savage Messiah, How Jordan Peterson, da-da-da. We are really stretching this out to make the bibliography look long. Look long, pardon me. That was a Freudian slip right there. You have not read Louis Althusser Ideology and the Ideological State Apparatus. You have not read that. That's a hard book. And there's no way in hell she's read Husserl's ideas.
Having looked at the bones and the muscles of Jordan Peterson, now let's look at...
But you didn't though. You didn't look at anything of Jordan Peterson. You didn't look at anything of anybody. I don't even understand Jordan Peterson after that section. That literally said nothing. This has all been about your set and your costume.
the crispy outer...
You haven't even opened the book. It's just sitting there, unopened.
...shell, the self-help stuff. And if you've gotten a lot of help from Peterson's work, that's really cool.
depending on what that means. Is the self-help stuff working because it's actually making you better? Or is it hypnotizing you by giving you a massive victim/hero complex as you're more toxic to the people around you as a result? Like, I'm sorry, like, what's it's not just like, oh, well, if it works for you, great. It's like, Mein Kampf is sold as a self-help book in India, okay? Because somebody feels better after reading Mein Kampf does not mean, you know what? That's good for you. Great. You know what? It's all walks. Not how that works.
I would never take that away from you. In fact, I think there's some advice in here that's genuinely really good.
Really?
I particularly enjoyed Chapter 2. Imagine who you could be, then aim single-mindedly at that. I did that ages ago, turned out I'm a woman, 10 out of 10. Beyond Order is basically...
Yeah, but is that all it says? Slow down. In all the confusion, I've forgotten myself. Rule 2. Imagine who you could be and then aim single-mindedly at that. You know what's really convenient about this? I noticed, by the way, her copy is pristine. Is that because it's in the title of the chapter, she doesn't have to read anything at all. Because here's how it starts. How do you know who you are? After all, you are complex beyond your own understanding, more complex than anything else that exists, excepting other people, complex beyond belief, and your ignorance is further complicated by the intermingling of who you are with who you could be. I'm not going to do that anymore. You're not only something that is, you are something that is becoming, and the potential extent of that becoming also transcends your understanding. Everyone has the sense, I believe, that there is more to them than they have yet allowed to be realized. That potential is often obscured by poor health, misfortune, and the general tragedies and mishaps of life. But it can also be hidden by an unwillingness to take full advantage of the opportunities that life offers, abetted by regrettable errors of all sorts, including failures of discipline, faith, imagination, and commitment. Who are you, and more importantly, who could you be if you were everything you could conceivably be? Are such questions impossible to answer, or are there sources available to us from which guidance might be derived? After all, we have been observing ourselves behave in our successes and failures for tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of years. We were blind before then. During that time, our shamans, prophets, mystics, artists, poets, and bards, no paladins or warlocks, I notice, have distilled something vital from such observations, some concentrated essence of what makes us human in actuality and possibility. In doing so, they have provided us with representations of that vital essence, representing itself to us as that which can be neither ignored nor forgotten. Those creative people write and act out the dramas and tell us the stories that capture our imagination, and they fill our dreams with visions of what might be. The deepest and most profound of these are remembered, discussed, and otherwise honed collectively, and made the focus of rituals that unite us across the centuries, forming the very basis of our cultures. These are the stories upon which the ritual, religious, and philosophical edifices characterizing sophisticated, populous, successful societies are built. The stories we can neither ignore nor forget are unforgettable for this reason, among others. They speak to something we know, but do not know that we know. The ancient Greek philosopher Socrates believed that all learning was a form of remembering. Socrates posited that the soul, immortal in its essence, knew everything before it was born anew as an infant. However, at the point of birth, all previous knowledge was forgotten and had to be recalled through the experiences of life. You'll notice something going on here. Imagine what you could be doesn't really mean be true to yourself. What it means is, look at Rowling's Potter series and the Quidditch game. The Seeker in real life has well as in Rowling's Potter series and its Quidditch game, is he or she who takes that sense of significance more seriously than anything else. The Seeker is therefore the person who is playing the game that everyone else is playing, and who is disciplined and expert at the game, but who is also playing an additional higher order game, the pursuit of what is of primary significance. He's not talking about be true to yourself. He's saying there are models in myth and culture. There are stereotypes of characters that are of great importance and prestige, and you should single-mindedly aim to be that. He's not thinking of, oh, if you really feel like you're a woman, then you're a woman. He's saying, be like Alexander the Great, who had Homer travel with him while he was on campaign. Didn't Socrates never write anything down? When people say Socrates, they mean Plato. It doesn't. That's nitpicking. We know what he means. He's referring to Plato's Socrates, but it doesn't matter.
12 Rules for Life again, but with the spicier stuff taken out. It's basically just a normal self-help book now.
It's not, though. It's not. You didn't read it, lady? Oh God, I'm gonna have to go through this again. It is absolutely not. You know what, you know who you should watch? There's a channel called Cass Eris. Casseris. And she has done, chapter by chapter, is still doing, I believe, reviews of all of Peterson's books and other books as well. And she is actually a psychologist. Very, very good channel. Very clever. Actually knows her stuff. She's good. Highly recommend. This is terrible. This is terrible. And here's the worst part. Philosophy Tube's educational background is I'm given to understand in philosophy and theater. Why would we expect her to be in a position to say that Jordan Peterson's self-help book is good? This isn't her area. She doesn't know anything about this. And the answer is, she wants to benefit from looking cool and open and accepting to his audience and his readership. That's it. That's it.
And the advice it gives is sometimes pretty good, but it's fairly standard across the genre. Purely
You don't know that.
by chance, I came across this blog by Dr. Nerdlove, which contains pretty much the exact same advice, except blogs don't charge you 20 quid to read them.
That's not the same advice at all. You didn't read the book.
But it's inherited some of the problems of the self-help genre as well. For instance, I can't...
You should make an essay showing this gross misrepresentation of philosophy. I will. I think I will. That Nietzsche video made me so mad. Why? Because it's pretending it's doing really bad philosophy, using the fact of the joke of the opening as a shield, where it's like, well, of course, figuring out if Nietzsche is woke is stupid. But in the course of which she completely misrepresented his philosophy and discouraged people from taking him seriously. It was a really stupid thing to do. It was a destructive thing to do. And for what? Well, I guess people are complaining about her acting in House of the Dragon, so that's not looking like a super optimistic avenue at this juncture.
help but notice that if I did everything Peterson suggests, clean my room, take responsibility, yada yada yada, I would still be living in a country where I'm not allowed to get married, start a family, or get healthcare the same way everyone else is. Unfortunately, no amount of self-help is going to fix all of your problems, but that's an issue with the whole genre, not just Peterson.
What? Nobody says self-help will solve all of your problems, unless you're L. Ron Hubbard. What the hell are you talking about? Why are you defending this? Why are you defending this?
The reason I bring it up, though, is it shows us that Peterson's work is aimed at helping a particular kind of self. What we are talking about here is what philosophers call subjectification.
What?
And it's famously at helping a particular kind of self.
Wait, what the hell does that
we are
do?
talking about here is what philosophers call
I think my screen just froze for a second.
subjectification. And it's famously very simple. To understand it, let's read a passage from philosopher Louis Althusser.
Oh my god. Louis Althusser, you mean the Marxist? Here, okay. What the hell is going on? Why is Chrome freezing on me?
Okay. Imagine that you are reading the newspaper and you see the headline, Nation Celebrates Royal Baby. Now that's not quite the same thing as saying lots of people within the nation celebrate the royal baby, is it? Because by saying the nation celebrates, you're subtly implying that anyone who isn't celebrating isn't really part of the nation. That's one of the notes that you're not playing. If you don't feel this way, then you're not really one of us.
No, that's not right. It'd be closer to like, I think the example Althusser gives is it's like when the policeman shouts, "Stop, you." Like, "You there, stop," and you freeze. Even though there's no like specific reason to think it's you. It's that kind of thing.
The celebration and the public declaration of it actually constructs the nation and
Like it's not about I'm sorry, it is not about implying in a scheme that people are a part of a larger entity. It has to do with the way in which the meaning of terms, especially ones referring to yourself, are like altered or come to be kind of thing, right?
creates national subjects, hence subjectification. One of the best ways of doing this is to use an emotion. If you just say, everyone in Britain supports the monarchy, then people reject the message. There are millions of us that don't. But by using an emotion, particularly one as powerful as joy about a new baby,
Yeah, an Althusser interpolation, yeah.
you smuggle the real message under the radar. There's a bonus effect as well. Philosophers
That's not what that means, though. Oh, no. This is the Sarah Ahmed. Okay, she's citing Sarah Ahmed. Sarah Ahmed's book, by the way, The Cultural Politics of Emotion, is very good. I'm going to revisit it at some point, because I've read a lot of Spinoza and whatnot recently, and I'll get a lot more out of it, too. This is going to be a butchery, though. This is just going to be an absolute butchery.
Sarah Ahmed points out that anyone who doesn't have the emotion they are told to have can be called a killjoy.
Oh my god.
At best, a national buzzkill.
Wonder how Alex O'Connor will react to this? He won't. Alex O'Connor is a hack. He doesn't react to shit. Alex O'Connor's doing the exact same shit. Where he'll get into a he'll use his position to get into a conversation with someone like Jordan Peterson and softball them in order to be chill to his audience and chill to Peterson so we can have more conversations with Peterson in future. And there will be no development because the conditions of those conversations continuing is that the much more successful and rich and important people he's talking to are comfortable and safe in his presence. He is neutralized forever. He will never be an actual philosopher for as long as he lives. He's aborted. It's terrible to see, actually. I mean, he was terrible to begin with, so it's not really much of a loss, but that's what happens.
At worst, a national threat. Now, it's very important to note that people don't always do this deliberately. News editors aren't sitting in smoky rooms going, hee 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 hee, we will use the royal baby story to push the secret mind control. Be careful.
Oh, was
It's
Brooks
very
live
easy to
finally?
stop-
Why didn't he send me a freaking link? Okay, I'm sending you all to Brooks's channel now. I can't do this. I can't do this. I'm like I'm gonna do a video essay on PhilosophyTube. I cannot stand this. This is awful. Okay, Brooks is apparently covering the same thing, so we'll be doing. I'll be co-hosting a show with Brooks tomorrow. Look out for that. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. Cheerio. If you appreciate what I do and you help support the channel, and you want to help, I can't even speak. I can't speak. It's so bad. If you appreciate what I do and you want to help me support the channel and my staff, there's a Patreon linked in the description. Please go there. There are goodies for people who subscribe. There is also a store on the channel page. You can buy cardigans almost as beautiful as mine. They're actually quite nice. They've got channel art on them. Or you can donate super chats in comments now and so on and so forth. Get out of here. Go away. Go do something better with your time. Like watch Brooks, because he's smarter than me. For now. For now. Mostly because I'm covering a lot of the stuff that he's really good at. But we will surpass him soon.